All right, Salawam. First off, we want to give all praises, honor, and glory to
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushua, Hashem, Rakakadash.
We want to give double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone and the sincere Salawam called the Akim out here that's going to put some work in truth and in sincerity. We the Hebrew Israelites, we come in week in and week out to prophesy the downfall of America, okay, which is known as Babylon the Great, according to the Holy Bible. Okay, we here to reach the elect of our people, okay, with the 12 tribes of Israel, okay, which, you know, are predominantly so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans here in, you know, this land today, okay, and scattered throughout the whole globe, okay. So, you know, we're going to just go ahead and start off with the scriptures, man.
Start off here. Oh, the title. What's the title of the video? So that's where the spirit is flowing. You notice the title of it?
False Christianity will not stop his truth and the awakening of his elect.
Yep. That's where the spirit is.
Okay.
But read up whatever you got, and we'll just roll with it.
Yeah, it's part of Christianity. Is everybody could be saved, man. You know, everybody is given the law. You know, or a lot of Christians say that it started, you know, off with the Israelites, but you know, in the New Testament, you know, he changed, and you know, the Gentile and all that craziness, man. All right, so this is the book of Obadiah, chapter. It's like it's only one chapter. The book of Obadiah, chapter. It's like in verse 8. It says, "Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua, even destroy the wise men out of Edom?" All right. It says, "and understanding out of the mouth of Esau." All right. So Christianity teaches that God loves all. God loves these people. But the Lord says otherwise, man. You know, and it's real. And I mentioned this yesterday in a video. It's really hard to get into Christianity. And I mean this Christianity. This is the real Christianity. It's anointed. All right. It's easy to get in there because they tell you that you can do whatever it is. You can love, you know, whoever you want. You know, you can just do as you will. All right. And the Lord said He's going to destroy the mount of Esau. And we go into mountain. It's talking about people. All right. When it mentions mountain in the scriptures, it's talking about people. Because when you look at that definition, it'll say mountain, hill, or hill country. All right. And it's a country is what? A country is pretty. When you look at the definition of country, it's pretty much a government or a people occupying a certain particular place. So it's a mount. It's a mount. So it's the people of Esau, man. All right. It says, "and the mighty men, O Timon, shall be dismayed." It says, "to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off." All right. It says, "for thy violence." Oh, cut off by slaughter. All right. So yeah, it said the mount of Esau will be cut off by slaughter. All right. The Christianity teaches God loves all, man. But it seems like this proves otherwise, man. Right?
God loved all, but He drowned. He brought the children of Israel through Egypt. You know, and killed many people.
Got a good scripture right here. This is Revelation. 13.
Bottom line is God never loved everybody, man.
This is Revelation 13 and 14. And 16 and 13. You said 13.
You said 13 or something.
No, yeah, Revelation 16 and 13 and 14. Okay. So you want me to start with 13? Yeah, Revelation 16 and 13. This is Revelation 16 and 13. "And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon." And that's talking about, you got the finance, which is in London. You got the religion, which is in Rome, and then you got
The military.
the military, which is here.
Right.
Okay, these are 3 ways that the so-called white man rules the world. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. And how did he take it? When you go down to the monument, they have something called the Atlantic and Pacific that they recognized. They show the waters, because that's how he took the earth, through the waters. Right. Once you control the waters, you control the earth, man. Because the earth is mostly water. So it's a military. Your finances and your military. That's why this man put so much money in his military. But they did in Rome too. And what happened? Go ahead.
It says, I'm reading it again. And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon and out of the mouth of the beast and out of the mouth of the false prophet.
Right. That's the so-called white man, the false prophet. You know, which goes to that Roman Catholic,
Vatican and shit.
Yeah, the Vatican. You know, which that's how this is you know, through Christianity. Okay, they have a lot of people back then and still today. They realized that they can control people and lands through their religion. You know,
And lies.
and lies. That's why you have that Caesar Borgia statue in Brazil, I believe. Ain't that
Brazil?
Yeah.
But you know why Brazil, right? That's why they started the Christopher Cologne and all them started companies down there and harvested sugar. And they went and conquered that land with the natives. And they pretty much got their wealth established going down in Brazil. I was just reading up on that. I forgot what they called it. They called it the something company or something like that. And they had them people right there, their lineage, them small hats. They put in it on it, and that's how they became really wealthy. They really got wealthy off of the trade of sugar. You know, it was really that sugar. Like in Jamaica, Jamaica was called Jamaica with an X, because there was no J. And they went up in Jamaica and up the coast of the islands, and they started harvesting that sugar, man. That's how they, like if you look at the old movies with the rich Edomites, they always sit there with the tea, like in the 1800s, and they were like 1 lump or 2 lumps. They was always about that sugar, man. And that baking them beautiful cakes and shit. It was all about that sugar and flour, man. Go ahead.
It says, but they are the spirits of devil.
In fact, that sugar is like was top on the stock market, in the trade market. And pork bellies, tobacco. They was there too. They was harvesting tobacco. And what did they do it off? You so-called blacks, man, the Native Americans.
The scripture straight up said that they the spirits of devils, man. Which is the spirit of a deceiver. Okay?
It says, working miracles which go forth unto the king of the earth and of the world of the whole world to gather them to battle of that great day of Yahweh Almighty.
Yeah. So a lot of people out here in this world have been deceived by the so-called white man. Okay, through it. And these nations are starting to realize how much of a devil he really is.
Yep.
You know, through his military might. You got some of them that don't have the strength to really fight back, but they working on trying to get those missiles and everything and weapons in order to fight back against the so-called white man and his military. That's why the scriptures say, "Let the weak say that I am strong." You know, because for so many years, this man has been a tyrannical, you know, to all of these governments out here. Okay, and throughout history, they always made it seem like, you know, they say that history goes to the victor. Whoever is victorious in history, they able to make it seem like they was always the strong men. And throughout their religion, like for example, the Mormons, what is that guy named Brigham Young?
Brigham Young, yeah. Yep.
Through their religion, they in their treaties, the so-called white man has taken lands, you know, under the guise of religion, You know, saying God has given us this land. You know, they use the military might, the money, okay, and just going to these nations, and you just deplete all humanity from out of, like, they're like a cancer to this world, man. Okay, who we at? They gotta get taken out, man. Okay, the Lord gotta do that chemotherapy, man. Okay, to take this man out, man. Of the whole world, man, because they're cancer onto the world, man.
Yeah, once they start finding out, these other nations start finding out that women are mistreating them, they're empowered, and they start getting all these high divorces, and there's no respect. Because you got them Arab nations, they do treat their women like shit. You know, they'll walk in front, have a woman like 10 feet in the back, and tell her, come on. But, you know, they were still showing authority. Right? Because they ain't got the truth either.
Right. Yeah, they're heathens.
They're heathens. But when they start finding out, their women start saying, you can't treat me like that. Right. They're gonna look at this so-called white man. They're gonna have a fit. Because really, to be honest, they're your possession. Right. So you can, if you want them to walk 5 feet behind you, hey man, there's no law against that. But they're pushing that equality. And there's no such thing as man and woman being equal. Where'd that come from?
Well, you remember that whole thing with the Taliban, right? Right. So they doing the thing. I just saw an article about this maybe about a week ago, and they're re-educating their women because they was becoming too Americanized. Yeah. So now they saying that you can only be in school, but you gotta learn our curriculum. Other than that, you stay your butt home.
Yeah, because once you a cancer like the brother brought out. Once that small cell cancer becomes a big cellular cancer, and once you commit somebody to that ideology of empowerment, and I'm strong, and I'm like you, then you lose all respect. That's like telling a 5-year-old, I'm like you, Dad. I can do what you do. Me and you on the same level, and you say, yes, that's true, son or daughter. How are they gonna respect you, man?
So they decided, they pulled the last minute move about yesterday. They say instead of school, y'all all stay at home. Their parents pulled up and they said this is the last minute thing. They said they want all women to stay home. Yep. They said no women's allowed to go to school, only the men.
Yep. But you know what Biden and the administration and them devils gonna do? They're gonna say this is hurtful against women. Equal. The worst thing to ever bring out is equal rights. The Lord didn't make us equal.
I mean, the stores tell you that. You know, you go in the store. Let's say you go in a store that sells clothes. They'll say women. They'll say men's on one section. They'll say women on the other. They got women. They got women care. You go on a Walmart or certain other like even in there. You know, they got women's care. You know, so they even tell you that it's not. You know,
so a lion is chasing a wolf, right? The lion is chasing a wolf, and the wolf stops. Hold up, we are equal now. Yeah. So then the wolf turn around and start chasing the lion and shit, or they cut the bread in half and they eat equally. The worst thing that could have ever happened is to use in the manner of peace, right? And the manner of peace is what brings trouble, and that's what the white man did when he came to the Americas and South America. And in West Africa and Europe, everything was in a manner of peace. Everybody should get along. All should love one another. And you know what comes out of that? He's able to capitalize off of you being weak. That manner of peace makes your ass weak. The word peace means quiet. So we're supposed to be peaceably amongst one another on the right-hand side. But they want you to shut the hell up and accept it.
Yeah, like for example, the fact that the dollar bill ain't backed by nothing. You had nations that, you know, wanted to get away from it, you know, and deal with
Saddam Hussein.
Where's that guy who Gaddafi?
They
just killed him.
They could kill Saddam Hussein.
They're not even. So
now Russia backed out of it.
Yeah, like they're not in America. So why are they trying to deal with American U.S. dollars? You know, the people in the country of U.S. should deal with that. But these other countries shouldn't have to convert, their finances to what to fit the American society.
But those people right there, they'll deal with anything with peace, right? This thing that just came out, and you got to go in the pharmacy. Where's the peace in that?
Right. So you got no peace in it. They said you either take it or you lose your job. They basically saying they can threaten you in a quote unquote peaceable way. They say they give you an option, but the whole time you're literally forced to do things. It's nothing about it. It's peaceful.
Right, and they use those sanctions and all that in the name of humanity to control you. That's the biggest secretive devil thing that they got going on. They show the bright light and show you the light at the end of the tunnel. This is how it should be. I believe. And then what they'll do is they'll put movies out there, right? Showing the man kicking a woman's ass and beating her down, right? But they don't show the abuse of children. It's only the abuse of the woman, if you notice that. Or they'll show the flame. They'll show the guy beating the flame up because he's a flame. And then after a while, the whole moral of the movie changes as they shouldn't be treated like that. So by the time the end of the movie comes, you'll see them, you gotta love everybody. But nobody loves everybody. You got family reunions and your own family come in your house and steal from you and shit, man.
You got with that scripture that we just brought out, right? With the 3 unclean frogs, the so-called white man is making everybody a slave. You make them a slave from religion. Right. You make them a slave from their finances. You make them a slave from straight up war. The scriptures even speak about that. Those are 3 ways how you make somebody a slave, man. Religion, war, and money. Somebody owe you money, right? Even in the scriptures, they owe you money. Then guess what? They have to, that what they call it indentured servitude. They pay it back. Through the so-called white man's history. I don't even know what the sign is. The wickedness of the so-called white man. That was indentured servitude,
and his love of the black woman. That's his lover.
Yeah.
And
the black
come
woman
on talking shit.
Yeah, the black woman don't like it when we talk about her lovers, man. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, man. The men too, man. But them, man, making backs cutting, it might get flagged. I'm talking about the shit they did back in these times, man. Made wages and shit. All this shit they did to your children. Alligator bait.
Right, they got that on here.
You black niggas should be ashamed of yourselves, man.
Yep.
Every last one of y'all, man, should be ashamed of your damn selves, man. Always, want to side with this devil. It's so much stuff. It's so, man. The thing they make out there most known out there is the lynching, the castration, and all that. That man, that was so much happen, so much worse than that, man. You can only imagine. But how people absolutely love these devils, man. And that's why y'all gonna fall right along with them that fall, man.
What's that out there? 13, I believe. What's that? No hand joining hand. Yeah, that's what I said.
Proverbs 16. 16 and 4, I think.
This is Micah 2:1. It says, "Woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they baptize it because it is in the power of their hands." So they literally just ran at the land and they baptized them. They planted it here. See, look at the average person and compared to these rats. These rats are it's always 30 steps ahead of the average person before they realize it. Something that was planned 10 years ago was done by now. And all they do is just capitalize. They make money off it. They plan these laws. They know the laws that they want to put up. They just wait on it before they have to come with us. They give you the phones, media, and everything else. They Christianity, which is always false. That's how you have Christianity going back to slavery. The love doctrine, that was the whole biggest thing. Now, a lot of people, even in the church, they leave one slavery and go to another. That's all. Right. Now they come to Christianity. They say you have freedom. That was another big ass lie they told the people. That you have freedom to do anything you want, as long as it's still wicked.
Out of freedom.
Yep.
That's another word. Freedom brings slavery, just like peace brings slavery.
That's why they had different types of slavery. They go up to a different location for somewhat better slavery. That's what they use.
That's what the Quakers was. They with the Harriet Tubman madness. Harriet Tubman was a joke. She was just used, man, by the Quakers. They gave her a gun, they gave her a weapon, and they gave her men. What kind of madness is that? And you give all the credit to them. In fact, the Underground Railroad had started way before Harriet Tubman, man. But nobody reads. The curriculum the school teaches you.
That was just the transfer of slaves from one form of slavery to
another form of slavery.
It's just like a job.
And we would all win.
Yeah, because it's better. Think about it. Your condition. Like I said, it's just like a job. You got a job that you don't like. You think about leaving maybe the next couple of weeks, and you go to another.
Somebody make you an offer.
Somebody make you an offer, and you go there, and it works out better. Yeah, you still in slavery though.
Yeah, because what it ultimately boiled down to was the Christians who wanted to keep. See, everybody think they were just trying to convert all Negroes. No, not all Christians wanted us converted. They wanted to worship their God privately. And then you had other Quakers, other Christians who wanted to convert the slaves because they were better Negroes. They could get better work out of them, right? And you could civilize them through that religion. That's what that was for, because they knew we were so hard-headed and stiff-necked that we didn't want to believe what religion was brought on us. But then they said, teach the Negroes. Through religion, we can control them. Because they believe in a higher power. Let's make them believe in our higher power.
And they do the same thing. They do the same thing every time. In order for them to make us believe, they had to set up a figurehead, which is of our own.
They always set up them in.
Yep. They set up Harriet Tubman, Martin, Lucifer King. They need all of them to just keep us indoctrinated unto them.
Harriet Tubman was for the women.
Yep. What was it, Isaiah 5 and 13, if I'm not mistaken? The honorable man of famine.
I got a precept anyway. Ezekiel 3 and 7. But this is talking about when you read this whole chapter about eating the whole roll. This was prophesied about learning the whole truth, It says, but the house of Israel will be unwilling to listen to you, since they are unwilling to listen to me. So you understand that Yahushua was quoting a lot out of the Old Testament when he said, if the world hated me, hated you, no, it hated me before it hated you. Right? For the whole house of Israel are hard-headed and are hard-hearted. Behold, I will make your face as hard as their faces, and their forehead as hard as their foreheads, meaning the Most High is going to make us stubborn against the system, like he made them stubborn against the Lord. That's why we're really stubborn against the system. And the Lord is doing that because this is his show. It says, I will make your forehead like a diamond, harder than flint. Right? Do not be afraid of them or dismayed at their presence, even though they are a rebellious house. Right? Son of man, listen carefully to all the words I speak to you and take them to heart. Go to your people, the exiles, speak to them and tell them, this is what the Lord Yahweh says, whether they will listen or refuse to listen. That's when you go to whether they ever hear or whether they forbear.
Yeah, I was going to say that because the Lord always shows signs to his people,
right?
And they still did believe.
Right.
You know, Just like today. The signs are right there in front of you, and these people still don't believe it. You know, they still don't believe the men of the Lord. You know, and they rebel against the Lord. So that's why the Lord has set up a spirit of not sparing these people. You know,
Spirit of sleep.
yep. They want to remain asleep. But the spirit that the men of the Lord are in, you know, we only trying to wake up the elect. You know, y'all motherfuckers can stay asleep. You know, if you want to stay asleep, then stay asleep. You got to know that you're going to end up being destroyed. You know, with that sleep that you're going to be in, man. You know, you're going to be gone in your sleep like some people. Some people want to die. You want to die in your sleep. Well, you going to die in your sleep, man. You know.
Worry about a thing. Yep, I got it. The book of Psalms, chapter 58, verse 3. It says, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray. It's like they go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent.
Yeah, and that go to our people along with the damn Edomites.
Yep.
Man.
It says they are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear.
Yep. All right. For white man, man. Everything out of his mouth is a complete lie. Get Nahum 3:1.
Because when you look around the world, Christianity is in everything. You know, Christianity is in every single religion, yes, including Satanism. What was one thing they have in common? Everybody has in common. Every last one of these religions have one thing in common. Everybody can come in. All right, you can look, just agree to disagree. Don't worry about it. It don't matter who you are. It don't matter what you are. All these religions teach that, man. Satanism, atheism, all that shit. Because atheism is a religion too.
Why you want to be a future billionaire, man? Why you want to be a future billionaire?
You say that?
Because I see it on your shirt.
No, sir.
You got it on your shirt. You want to be a future billionaire?
Just fashion over style, brother.
Okay.
It's just fashion over style.
Okay.
I'm a diehard Rasta man.
Okay. All right.
I swear to God. Just like I don't have the locks, but I'm a Rasta in my heart.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, sir. Peace, man. I'm
All
from
right.
Jamaica. What Shanty Hill? Sizzla Kalonji. All these Rasta.
All right.
High grace.
All right. Get that hair back, man.
You can't.
Oh, you can? Okay.
It ain't coming back.
Okay. But don't take a razor to it.
I take your advice.
You're not supposed to put a razor to your
I
head.
didn't know. That's natural.
Okay. All right. Hey, you're an Israelite, man. You're a tribe of Benjamin.
Peace.
Benjamin. West. Okay.
And that, like we was just there talking about. That's Christianity. That's another thing Christianity does.
Hey, we made it into Jamaica too.
Yeah. Peace. Yeah, the Rasta shit. That's a form of Christianity as well. Christianity influences the world, man. You know, Christianity runs the world. All right. I'm talking about this false Christianity. It runs the world because it teaches everybody that you can do whatever it is you want to do, believe what you want to believe, and just be so-called free. All right. But that's not making you free. That's making you more of a prisoner, man. That's making you more of a slave. This truth makes you free, man.
I want to say it's Romans 10.
What's that?
And 1, they have not submitted unto the Lord's righteousness, but they made their own righteousness. If I'm not mistaken, in that Romans 10.
Just get it. Romans 10. I think it's 10 and 1. Yeah. That's 10 and 1.
Romans 10 and 1 says, brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to Yahweh for Israel is that they might be saved. For I bear them record that they have a zeal of Yahweh, but not according to knowledge.
Yeah, so what he's saying, he's going in the same thing Jeremiah was saying. He wanted all of Israel to be saved. Right. We had that spirit too, you know. You want all that? I needed that little helmet. Run through the wall and shit. Anyway, that's what Paul was, Jeremiah was saying. You know, he wanted, like anybody who wakes up, we in that spirit, we want all our brothers and sisters to be saved, man. But the bottom line is the Lord. Like even Yahushua, they didn't want him to die. Remember? They was asking why must he go and why he got to die. Well, it was still the Lord's show. It was his father. It was his father's business to die for the Israelites. So there's going to be a lot of things that we don't want, but it ain't about what we want. It's about what the Lord wants. You know, I want my family to make it. That don't mean they're going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Knowing the name of the Lord is just part of it. Try to give them, try to even teach them the name of the Lord. You got to get that Jesus out of there. It's just Jesus, you know. And then you got to get the iniquity out of them, you know. But Jesus is an iniquity, you know, the name Jesus, you know. But the scriptures say, let him that name the Lord depart from iniquity, you know. So that's like it's steps to get into it, you know.
Well, you can't go around saying God has changed. Right. That's what everybody say. That's what Christianity teaches. That God somehow changed. There's nowhere in the scriptures that God ever changed. Especially if he knew from the beginning to the end what was going to happen. Why would he go in and erase shit? Right. You know, get Malachi 3:6.
This is Malachi 3:6. For I am the Lord, I change not.
When did the Lord change? He never changed. It might say in there he repented from the earth being totally destroyed, but he already knew, so he didn't have to change. It was already set, right? Even with the flood and everything, he already read it. That's why he said, Noah, build the ark. So if he knew that Noah was going to build an ark for 100 years prior, how does he not know that he's not going to repent from killing the whole population? He already knew.
One thing Christianity, the Christian churches don't teach that.
That's Christianity, man. Sick Christianity. You know?
You got an all-knowing God that don't know about that.
Yeah. All of a sudden, he don't know. Now again, Luke 24:44 as well. Because then they say that, Matthew 5:17. They say that Jesus came to change everything. That's not in the Bible.
They undermining the power of God. But they also say God had to come off his throne into a human being body to know how it feels to be a human. Man, come on, man.
Motherfucker, he made you.
First of all,
if I understand sex, so you had to have sex.
First of all, if I build an artificial boat, let's say I built an artificial boat, why would I want to beam in and be the artificial boat? He's so far above us. Why the hell would he want to be us?
Right. It's just like the brother, our brother Bakar Moth. He went into it a little bit. You know, it was a loud lesson or whatever. And you know, it was going into his God evil. You know, first off, like you know, as we always say, but you know, just kind of bring an example. The Lord don't look at the flesh, man. He looks at the spirit. You dumbass. So like the brother was saying, like let's say a baby comes out, you know, with 2 heads and shit, or a kid gets ran over, you know, by a car and shit, you know, maybe 2-year-old. He's not looking at that body. You know, he's not looking at, you know, a 2-year-old. He's looking at that spirit that was put in that body back then. Well, whatever the hell he did, he's still looking at that man, right? That's what he's looking at. Also, but it's still that's a balance too, you know, because when you're right in the spirit, you're right. Your body is right. You eat right. You do right. You know, you're not out there being a flame. You know, but it all starts with that spirit.
Yeah, but why would the Most High want to be the flesh?
Right. Exactly.
Why would he demote himself to be flesh?
Right.
You know,
he made flesh. He made this earth. You dumbass.
So you make an artificial animal, and you say, you know what? I want to see what it's like to be like that little rat right there. Get the hell out of here.
So now the Most High has a vowel spirit.
Yeah.
Got a thick spirit.
We're not even the dust of the scripture say that we are dust.
Right.
On a balance for life. We're nothing compared to the Most High, man. We got to do what he say.
Yep, that's right.
And then I was going to say, you had the example of Melchizedek. He didn't have a father or mother. So why would the Lord have to come down, ruin the whole marriage between Mary and Joseph? He ruined the whole marriage. Hold on, Joseph. I gotta pop Mary real quick. I gotta pop that first. You gotta come down into a body when you already had an example of somebody that had no father and mother.
Wait a minute. I gotta make a soundproof tent. So Joseph can't hear me. Now remember, I'm God, so I can do some things to Mary. I'm gonna get the best of the best.
Fill him with the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit. The Holy Tongue. And then all of a sudden, God leaves, and we're not trying to make light out of it, but all of a sudden, God leaves, and then Mary's sitting there biting her nails. Damn, I miss him. Yeah. And sitting there with Joseph. Yeah. Get the hell out of here, man.
Follow up after God.
Hey, you know where that doctrine come from? Vocab teaches that. Yeah. That comes from the Mormons. The Mormons teach, first of all, the Mormons teach anybody who's not a Mormon is a Gentile. Right. So that's another name for Gentile. Right? They also teach that God came down in the spirit body and had sex with Mary. Yeah. So they claim they don't believe in the Immaculate Conception. But Immaculate Conceptions come in different ways. That wasn't just Tammuz. Right. The Egyptians had an Immaculate Conception where one of them where the sperm spilled on her leg and all of a sudden she woke up pregnant the next day. So even though they say that God came off the throne in the spirit, came down, had sex with Mary, and then took back off, that's another form of Immaculate Conception. Another thing them Christians teach is that cross, right? That's why you got the gang members. They allow them to do all that. Those rats, they don't follow that. But that cross represents Tammuz, right? With the teeth. He didn't die. That they sacrificed the Tammuz, so they think. But he didn't really die on an exact looking cross. They look similar. You can look at the movie The Game of Thrones, and they'll show you how they tortured them and hung them on trees, man. With us, they just put one big stick up and hung us on there, man. They didn't give us no comfort with dying, you know? So when Jesus died so-called on the tree, so the Negroes died on the tree. The same, that proves that we were of him. Go ahead. This is 1 Corinthians 14 and 33. For Yahweh is not an author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints. Young Christian. All right, let's talk about the Bible.
We're going to get that deep, by the way.
Why don't Christians ever want to talk about the Bible?
I love the Bible.
So why y'all want to talk about it?
Well, we are going to go to a 95th birthday. We're going to get some big pictures back in the party.
Who gave you the birthday? Who put you on the earth? Who put you on the earth? Who gave you? Who's the first one? Why does your birthday even exist?
Let me show you. In Matthew 19:28 real quick. This proves that they're not real, they're not set up to be real people of God, man. Man, you need to get to work with this shit, man. All he do is vocab just makes it up as he go along. Well, this don't mean that, that don't mean that. Now Jesus, the woolly hair, don't have nothing to do with us. Now all them years we were called niggas with woolly hair and kinked hair. It was always cool. But then when we found out and read the Bible, they said the woolly hair was in Jesus. Now, nope. It's talking about them. They have woolly hair. Where they got woolly hair? They spray that stuff in there to help it hold up some and shit. Get the hell out of here. Jake and royalty and shit. All right, go ahead. Look, man, we're in the worst state, and we still shine better than them Edomites, man. These plain ass devils, man. These devils rule the world, man. They shine better, man. Why Rothschilds ain't driving one of them? Where the Rothschilds at? They own the world, and they're stale as a piece of bread, man. That's why the scripture says ye are the salt of the earth. All right, go ahead. Read, brother.
This is Matthew 19:28. And Yahushua said unto them,
And those Jews, they're going to die in their iniquity, man, if they don't repent. You're going to be right on your little three-wheel chariot getting destroyed, man. You know? Go ahead. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I had a slew of concubines. Put the camera around.
All of y'all are
Next concubines to step up to the plate.
it's only right though, because they just
And some of them going to slave, be hardcore slaves.
it's only right. They did it to Abby. You know?
Oh,
What goes around comes that term where it goes around, whatever goes around comes around. Apparently, you know, all of a sudden, it happens for everybody else, but not these people, not them. You know,
our own people are mad at what we say about that.
Yeah.
Even Israelites.
Yep. And y'all going to
Die,
die.
they are teasing the black woman.
You going to die in iniquity, man.
Some people y'all just want to sleep with the white woman.
Nah, man, it's not about sleeping with anybody. It's about power.
That's what it's about.
Dumbass. It ain't about sleeping with anybody. You can sleep with anybody. You can go online and buy a fucking white woman.
They
got nothing to do with that.
anyway right now.
Yep.
You know, you talk to them, they more submissive.
I don't know
You know,
about
they
now.
more
Some of them, man, feminism got them too, man.
Well, they got to them first.
Yeah,
And then the black woman followed them in their feminism.
I mean, it works.
But they still, because they're not under the curses like that, they're still more submissive.
Right.
They carry a more submissive role. It's sickening, but that's all because of what the Lord said, man.
And they go into their Google searches, you see BBC in there and all that stuff. You know,
They know who we are.
they ready for the black man, man. You know?
Hey, you know what them slave owners did? They was intrigued about our privates, our genitals, or it was another word I'm looking for that. But they was intrigued by anatomy, our anatomy.
Like they showed that in that movie,
Mandingo. Goodbye, Uncle Tom, as well. They was intrigued. So when you see the white-looking person who has that going on, a lot of them Milanos, what they call them, but a lot of those, a lot of them Italians and Sicilians, some of them Irish. Well, you look at what's that movie with I can't remember his name. It was a movie about that, and they showed they was at the pool, and the guy's shit was hanging out, and the little Edomite had a little fucking, you know, rice. Yeah, a little fucking noodle. It was something about vacation. They gave him a pass to go on a vacation. Owen Wilson starred in that. And they hall pass. You remember that? On the hall pass. And they was at the pool. It said Irish. Get him, and they showed his shit. He's like, God damn. So at the end of the day, we are special people overall, man.
Yeah.
And it's not about just skin color.
Yeah. In that movie Mandingo, they showed the woman, she went up on a slave auction line, and she was actually feeling on the men, knowing who beat that she really wanted to take home. You know, and then she ended up taking home one of those, one of them, pretty much made him a sex slave, man. You know. That's what the so-called white man is like.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he was like, well, I got to do what a duty's got to do.
Yeah. In that movie, also they showed that the so-called white man, his power, which he was going off, you know, he'll have the married couple, he'll come and sleep with this man's wife, man. You know?
And they was doing them threesomes and shit. That's where all that shit come from too. They go back to ancient times, but they would come in and sit in the chair, in the rocking chair, and watch him and shit, have sex with his wife. Right. So it was like when that one you talking about, that when she went up and looked at the man and felt on him, she had a husband.
Yeah.
They wanted to use a Jake to spice up their sex life and shit. Now, you know, from our heritage, you know that Jake wasn't comfortable with that shit.
Right.
You gotta have sex with a white woman, and then the husband sitting in a rocking chair. with a cigar in his mouth and shit.
That's having another man looking on you.
Yeah, that shit.
Yeah.
And then they even slept, even the men. Remember, they freaks. Even the men would join in. I done had enough of watching. I want to just dive on in. They put on his cape and shit, and just don't put one foot back and dove to the cage and shit. You know? I guarantee you they did that shit. Anything you can imagine this white man had done, man.
You gotta go, man. You gotta go down, man.
He's perverted marriages and families. He's perverted the earth. He's committed abominations on the earth. He even mating different animals with other animals. I believe he made monkeys and shit with human DNA.
That movie, man, I never forget it, man. I think the man Dingo, God, the main character, ended up having sex with the slave owner wife. And the slave owner, he boiled the whole pot of water. And he made him jump into the pot of water that was boiling, man. You know? And he didn't want to do it. You know, and then I think at the end, cause they always have those little, what the guy from Samuel L. Jackson, right? Those, they always have those type of guys. Django. Yeah, the Stevens. They always have those in those type of movies. But I think that he ended up killing the slave master that did in the movie. You know what? A lot of people don't like looking at those slave movies, but you know that's a part of history, man, that people want to try to escape from, man. You know, and then you try to escape from that, then guess what? You're still gonna be a slave to this man. You know. I want to see us prospering. I want to see our people doing good in whose eyes? Okay, because a lot of these people, they let their profiles be selected by the so-called white man. You know.
They call it cuckold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy, y'all know that shit.
Yeah, like you said, they
It's
was
all
shit,
over.
man.
It's all over.
Yeah.
You can Google shit, and you can watch fucking porn on Google. This shit is insane.
You say nothing is new under the sun. So these cops today, they probably was the same people that you were just describing, doing all that stuff.
They were doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And they reincarnated, doing the same thing they did in the 1700s.
Right.
Yeah.
And back even in Rome. Babylon.
Ghetto Gaggers probably was going to all the barns.
Yeah.
You know?
Shit, just right height, no fucking required.
Yeah, with the animals and shit.
Oh yeah, you know that started way back, you know. I got a quick one. Book of Second Ezra. It's not changing the subject really, but we're going into it.
Bro, we going into Christianity, man.
Yep.
Madness.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 16, verse 17. It says, "Woe is me! Woe is me! Who will deliver me in those days?"
We had to deal with that slavery, you know. And then once nobody, you had people that tried to revolt. You know, you had slaves with revolt back then. You know, but ultimately that was a punishment that we just had to deal with. But this woman, she probably was one of those people back then. You know, she looked like the main character. But that was no. Who was going to deliver us during that slavery, man?
Yeah.
You know, you said before, you had the slave owner, the short guy, but then the slave would be, tall, built.
Yeah. That ain't nothing but the Most High, man. That ain't nothing but the Most High. All right.
The brother said Shalom on the chat. Shalom.
Anybody that watches Shalom, brother.
Salam.
You know, I often, is watching Shalom. Right? But yeah, man, who's like you was just saying, we was asking that, and then fast forwarded into today, since Christianity, because all that sickness that we was describing, is Christianity, and even today, when you fast forward to today, that is a very powerful. It says, "Woe is me, who will deliver me in those days?" That's a very powerful question, man. Because we was asking that, we know who's going to deliver us in those days, especially when this shit start going down.
They made a joke about the Negro spirituals and stuff like that that we used to sing. I believe that song, I want to say 137. If I'm not mistaken, song 137. They require me a song.
Yeah. Because Jesus isn't going to save you, man. All right? Jesus the Christ is not going to save you, man. All right?
Not that white Jesus.
Not that white Jesus. Now I'm talking about Jesus. Jesus is not going to save you. All right? For you damn Christians, man. You sick ass Christians. Jesus is not going to save you, man. Yeah, we have the right to call him sick too. We have the right to call him sick too. You believe in a place underground where you be tormented forever.
When did that place get made? You know? When did that get made?
You know, again, when you talk about you can look anything up on Google, anything to dumb yourself, dumb the people down. They got the exact temperature of heaven. They got the exact temperature of hell. Like, people believe that shit. What? 95 degrees Celsius and all this other bullshit. Like,
But before you had to die or believe in Jesus to get saved from hell, right? What was the people doing before that? So I mean, everybody before you believed in Jesus when he came on the scene, everybody went to hell. What was the requirements? How did you get in there?
you gotta have a permission.
Yeah, you got that. Yep.
This is Psalms 137 and 1.
That was all Roman Catholicism. Really, our people came up with a lot of that shit. Believe it or not, the white man ain't never come up with nothing, man. He capitalized on how to take something that was wicked and make it more wicked. That's all he's ever done. Anything dealing with wickedness, like whatever we was into that was doing the wickedness, when he came on the scene, he wanted to put up the little statues with the little boy with the feathers coming out of his head, with the penis in the water, peeing in the water. You know what I'm saying? But we came up with a lot of that, but then they took it and they just made it more wicked. Sick bastards, man. Go ahead. And then I got a article real quick.
Psalms 137.
And we're touching on Esau and Christianity, man, because it's you devils. Esau and Christianity goes hand in hand. Everything they taught us about Christianity was a complete lie. Notice they only taught us John 3:16.
Yes.
Remember, in the church they stay out of the Old Testament. But guess what? During the Reformation, that's why they took the Old Testament out. They originally gave us the New Testament. They didn't have the Old Testament. They took it out. And that was in the slave Bible. The slave Bible was the New Testament with Revelation pretty much ripped out. No joke.
Do you know why I say? Because these people they read John 3:16 but don't even know how to break it down. You know what begotten me?
I was one of them.
You know what begotten me? It's the first spirit that the Most High made. Yahweh Shai is the first spirit. That's his son. And Yahweh Shai is the one that helped create everything. So the Most High Yahweh, he gave Yahweh Shai his blueprint, to do everything. Yahweh Shai, with the angels, he created all this stuff that we know. And the angels, as we know it, are the elect. Lord willing, we are those angels that was there with the Lord that created us. So these people, they say begotten son, but don't even know what that means.
Which is, and it says it. When it says begotten son, it says Yahweh. You know why they came up with the word son? The word son, it really is the Father, the Son of the Most High. The Roman they turned it, the word son, into S-U-N, because after the sun, after the light worship, the sun worship. That's why they call that ball of fire the sun, because that's what they worship. Sun god Ra, Semiramis, the sun beamed into her and she had what? A son, from an S-U-N to an S-O-N. Go ahead. It's all philosophy, man. Somebody get Colossians 2 and 8. Go ahead. Read, brother. Pull it out.
Since by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
So it all ties in together with the sun and the cross, the Tammuz. That's another video. Go ahead.
We hanged our hearts upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there they that carried us away captive inquired of us in slow. And they that wasted us inquired of us mirth.
Yeah, and man, when our people sing, the best singers.
Yeah.
You know? So imagine like a Whitney Houston on those slave ships. People wanted to sing.
Yeah.
You know? You don't got no TV, no entertainment. Hey, get that bring Whitney up here. You know?
And they use that as an advantage to make money. They found out that we were singing when we was getting them Negro spirituals and we were singing real good.
Mm-hmm.
Those rats, they capitalize off that. Well, we can put some money into this. Put them up on the stage. Those stages ain't nothing new. They've been doing that.
They show images of that in slavery.
Yeah.
And used it to further destroy us.
And they did that with athletes. If you was a good basketball, what's the name? James Naismith, they came up with that.
Yes.
But no, it came out way before. Anything they say the white man is created is a goddamn lie, man. That good shit go back to slavery, man.
Somebody came off his plantation, seeing the Negroes playing on it. You know what I'm saying? Playing soccer. And he said, oh, yeah.
That's not so much. But taking the heads and shooting them through a hole and shit. Yeah. And then say like you didn't know what basketball was, man. The basket. You threw it in the basket, dumbass.
Hey, Prophet, I'll be honest, I ain't gonna lie. Until you told me, I didn't know that either. I remember you talking about the football, like you said, they like gold.
Yeah.
You said that like maybe 3 weeks ago. I didn't know that.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
All that comes
I ain't
from
gonna lie.
all that come from us being killed, man, slaying and murdering us, man. They had what you call games behind that, and they used us in those games, And I'm pretty sure we started a lot of this stuff, but then they took it and made as the devil do, and they started using us, with making wages on babies and shit like that.
Baseball. Yeah.
That's it's a
Masonic.
And it say 3 balls.
Okay. Yeah. And the field is a compass. You know, a compass.
Yeah.
That's the baseball field.
Real scholars about it. Yeah.
That's right. Not a big. That's right. 3 balls. What you get, like 3 strikes and 4 balls. The 4 balls. Yeah. Hey, look at the football. Halfback.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking bros who watch football. It's all right.
That's 33.
But then you're on your knees and you squat down and you put your hand up in the shit. And then finger you. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, you're right.
And even in baseball, he squat down, and the batter got to look right at you, the man's legs. The pitcher, he's sitting there, and he down, squatted, doing his fingers and twos and threes. And then you gotta look, and then look right down between his legs, and then pick up his shit and throw it and try to hit his nuts. Man, that all go from slavery, man.
Yep.
Go ahead. Hey, like they had those in the carnivals when they got the things up there, and you would throw the ball and hit the thing, and you would fall in the water.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the slaves, man.
The Dunkin' booth.
The Dunkin' booth. You ever hear the term a barrel of laughs? Where does it come from? Picnic. Come from picnic. Oh.
They had Jake sit in a thing while they throw the ball.
Yeah. It's cold.
That's why Jake was losing teeth and his eyes all messed up. They would throw the ball or the rock straight at Jake's face. And that was a game at the carnival.
That was carnival. This guy was sick, man.
Knocked out all his teeth.
Yep.
Eye all hanging.
You got to pay for that. Even though our people don't care anymore. The white man loves them. They don't care. We do. We care for your sake. That's why you got to die. We still love you. Right. We love you when you die and you come back. If it wasn't for us, through the Spirit of the Lord, teaching the truth, you would go continue on in the wickedness. We'd be slaves forever. Can't have that. You don't think that they got to pay for what they done? But nobody wants to hear the truth. Go ahead, were you still reading on that? I didn't mean to cut you, bro. Go ahead. It says,
sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth.
and I guarantee these Christians will go look up something and refute everything we just said. Well, no, that's not what it came from. It was funny. Remember, everything that they write, that's why it's called his story. Everything that they write, they have a right to it. So even now with slave ships, now they're coming up saying there was no such thing as slave ships. Like, come on. Man. There's people on YouTube that did interviews in the early 1900s. Like one of them was named Radershi, and she was she's like 120 something years old. Damn near 120, and she was on them slave ships in the 1800s, the last of the slave ships. And they're trying to rewrite that and cut that out now. Give it time, they're gonna take that off YouTube. You can look it up. Her name was Radoshi.
I mean, you could find. I mean, they don't have a problem finding the Titanic under the water. Some of those slave ships are still under the water, man.
Yeah, they found one under the World Trade Center.
Yep. What? In fact,
That's why they built it there.
Yep. They still use some of the ships. All they doing, a lot of these ships that they use now were slave ships. You know, they just, you know, add some computers, they make it a tourist attraction now. They computerize it a little bit, you know, but it was like that. You know, that's
the U.S. Constellation. And why did they build the World Trade Center over a slave ship? That's our common sense. Slavery. World Trade Center, slavery.
Oh yeah.
They knew exactly what the hell they were doing. You gotta pay though. Is more than that? What you got? Get Ecclesiastes 3:15. I'm gonna read this real quick. This is an article called "Conversion and Race in Colonial Slavery." It says most scholars, which scholar means what? Student. Most scholars have examined the history of slave conversion in colonial America and seen missionary failure. People of African descent did not join Protestant churches until the late 18th century. They write because Protestants did not successfully appeal to enslaved and free blacks, right? This is part of the story. Yet the language of not joining implies free choice, right? That's what they gave you so called. But ultimately, you're forced to do what they say. It says, in practice, the majority of enslaved and free blacks were forbidden from joining Protestant churches before 1750, right? Because you had our people that was already trained to be in the Christianity. And then you had, I keep saying this, you had white people who did not want to accept us being Christians. Remember, it was twofold. But I'll keep reading, it'll show you. Historical records tell the same story again and again, right? It says missionaries desperate to gain slave owners' approval tried to convince slave owners that conversion to Christianity would make enslaved people more obedient, right? Because you had a lot of them who didn't want to accept, who didn't want us to be Christian. Our people pretty much was following so many different religions, even before we came into slavery, that Christianity was just another religion that we wanted to follow. But there's a good portion of us that said, no, I don't want to follow that shit. My God isn't that. And they killed them. And then they would go up to ones who wasn't converted because we were stiff-necked. We stiff neck to the Lord, we stiff neck to the white man, right? So they went up and said, are you saved? Are you believe? And our people, they wasn't cunning enough to say, yeah, I'm saved, but still don't believe. They would be straight up, nah, I ain't saved. Kill them. Are you willing to be converted? And then once you was converted, you had to go get baptized and all that. So what they did is they forced it. And they found out something. That set up the mothers. Because the mothers will teach the children. This is how we learn Christmas and Easter.
Yes,
this is why we follow this. Yep. The average man does not follow Christmas. Right. He follows it under his wife. Yep. You know?
It's called buck breaking, right?
Part of it.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
It's just like the average man don't really care about like going on dates and stuff like that. That's something that women love. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. It goes on
But we're gonna be able to enjoy the earth, especially if you're in this truth. You know, we want to get into doing a lot of things. You know that the women born. You got a woman, you got a all that stuff. So get out the house. You know, that's a part of it. You know.
All right, let me go on. The slave owners convinced that the baptism would make enslaved and free blacks rebel and cut our throats, as the governor Barbados put in 1675 refused to listen. Thousands of enslaved and free blacks, meanwhile, intrigued by the theological content. That's what I just said. I didn't even read that. And the political power of Christian baptism fought their way into churches. So you had our people fight to get into the damn Christian church. You know why they did that? For freedom. Because when you became a religious entity under the power structure of the white man, you had benefits. You know, so you could say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Protestant, or I'm this or that. And because of that, certain whites favored you more because you were willing to be a servant under Christianity. But really, the whites knew, the Edomites knew, that this is a tamed Negro. Because remember, we wasn't so-called tamed because we would want to follow their ways. We were dying. We were committing suicide. We were dying. We didn't want to believe in that shit. And they used Christianity to make us more obedient. Why do you think they said that? You know, Christianity will make them more obedient. Because we wasn't obedient. We were stiff-necked people. That's what we just read in Ezekiel. Right? Ezekiel, the 3rd chapter. Remember, we were stiff-necked unto the Lord. And we're still stiff-necked to this day. Right? And so now we're telling people to come out of that you sought to get in. They're so stubborn and stiff-necked that they want to stay there. And now that some are leaving Christianity, they still don't want to come here. Right? Because now they figure this is what Christianity done us. I want nothing to do with Christians. So now the white man gave up a new paradigm, right? He said, be black. We're the only people called black and African American. That's disgusting. So they knew as long as you could keep saying black and you could call yourself black, you would be considering yourself less than nothing. Remember, it's psychological. You know what's the word black mean? Yeah. Like, so that's why they got the black conscience, the Black Lives Matter, black. And you got on the application, they'll say black or African American. Like, what the fuck? It's either African American or black, right, or African American. What kind of madness is that, man? Go ahead, brother.
This is Isaiah 42 and 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in the holes.
Right.
That's one of the things that the elder was mentioning. Is that you just, instead of Christianity, now you got this, or you get that, or you got all these other different things. And I mentioned it earlier. Esau is only 30 steps ahead of the average person. Right. He has at least 10 plans just in case something goes wrong. So he can keep them further into a ditch.
Okay. So, sometimes in order for our people to get a part of Esau's plan, you got to sell your soul to do. You know? They got to have some dirt on steps ahead of you. Let me do this so I got dirt.
Oh shit, that's for them. They're like they have like 50 steps of those. But hell, even right, because even the average person has technically sold their soul.
Well, to be honest, we all pretty much did in the beginning.
Yep, that's what I was about to say. The American, the Legion, like elementary school, they give you the pledge of America, Legion.
But we really didn't. That is why the Lord exempt you, because you're not even 12 years old yet. So we all pretty much, when we pledge of allegiance, that's pretty much saying you are a slave. You're pledging your allegiance to a country. So that's pretty much the Lord saying, nigga, you still in captivity. So these guys having these super great Passovers and dancing and chilling, and spinning around and doing these rap songs and singing. Man, you still in captivity. Your mind is free, obviously, but you're physically still here in captivity.
That's
we're gonna praise when we get the hell up out of here, man.
Around us. Speaking about a pledge, you got a lot of these women walking up and down the street because they pledge to a sorority, man. You know, and which a lot of them are free. Yeah, the men in fraternity, like some alpha stuff going on right now. These women are, you know, you can show they all around, you know, with the pink and stuff like that. You know, the stuff that these women got to do to be a part of these sororities, the sisterhood.
That's why they all caked out.
Yeah.
By the time you get married, how many men you been with? They always talk about
6. They always talk about what a man's size gotta be. No, what the fuck your size gotta be?
That's really all that matters, to be honest.
Are you a big ass train tunnel? You know? Are you as big as that damn doorway right there, man? You know, what about you? Women always, men gotta do this, men gotta do that. No, what the hell you gotta do?
Sew it up.
And the funny part is, there's a woman in my job. She tells me straight like it is. She said she gets a whole bunch of men that wants to be where she said she gives up to a whole lot of money. She tells them right on the diamond, but she's like, you know what you're getting into? I will take your money. And then she's like, she gets a whole bunch of guys. She tells them to you. She says, that was your fault. You knew I was going to take your money. All right? Y'all just give me the money. But here's my problem with that, though. If that was vice versa, everybody who ends off site, when they looked at that man as the worst, they would have got able to charge with sexual harassment. They that damn sure with it. But the woman, she can come out with it. She said, hell, what she can say? The woman can say that. But I mean, at least she's being honest. But my problem is, they can get away with it. You know, it's only sexual harassment.
Yeah.
It's only sexual harassment.
First of all, a woman is only supposed to be with one man. Right. So if you're a woman and you had one man, how do you know what size is supposed to matter? Right. You never had another man. You never had a man before, so it shouldn't fucking matter. Although, thankfully, you don't want to be cursed. You don't want to be the little kid on the white statue with the feathers out of the head. Oh, shit.
You don't want that. No.
But the nuclear family structure is messed up.
It's all messed up, man.
A lot of these women that took these pledges and, you know, in these sororities, they're really lonely. You know, they put them over the man and saying you equal to the man and over the man. You're not going to ever find a man that's over you as a woman in this society.
And this is what we're crying out for. And this all revolves around the form of Christianity.
Yeah.
I did a video on the baby, the rapper, and his wife all up in his face because he had other women and shit. Yeah. And I said, that's Christianity. Because Christianity teaches to have one wife. These other nations know in their heritage that they can have multiple wives, right? But they come here and a woman and they're attached to it, and their woman don't even believe that now. The foreigners, them so-called Arabs come in, they wear pants, they wear the head covering, they lock the man in, they got one man and shit. They're supposed to have one man. he can only be with her now.
And then for a man, you single, you got to deal with the BBW. And then guess what? The BBW is a problem now.
I see this big BBW. This is a triple BBW. This is a triple BBW.
A triple.
It's about 6'4", about 400. And she had her head up. She had heels on, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. If you big, you tall, whatever. But she was so proud. She had her head back, and she was walking through. Her arms were swinging and shit. I damn near moved out the way. Like, the big ass arms hitting me. But you know they got the little swing going on. Yeah, she had the swing. Yeah, and she had that one right arm swinging back. That's what it is. They had the new swing, of course. No, they make them for BBW. Look, they even got us looking at they got certain special laxatives for women. Wow. Probiotics for women.
Oh, I thought we was all equal though.
But you don't see nothing for men. Nigga just eat some celery and cabbage. You'll be fine.
Maybe his simp ass, that's what the hell he gets.
Who's that?
He was simp. He got what's that bitch? Megan Thee Stallion. He got dogs to sit out and listen.
That's what you get, man. That's what you get. But that's all. We're rolling that in because that's all Christianity, man. Exactly. Christianity taught man and woman were equal. And it's not given 1 Corinthians 11 and 8. And it's all 11 and 1. Yeah. That's what they taught us. And see, a lot of people say, oh, it had nothing to do with Christianity. Yes, it does. Christianity goes beyond that cross, man. It's a false religion. Although we believe in a Savior. Go ahead, 1
Corinthians 11 and push.
Like all these, what's his name? Sugar Shane Mosley. He had to give up his 3 belts to boxing. Sugar Shane. His wife got his 3 belts. Yeah, so he knocked motherfuckers out, got hurt, and then his wife knocked him out at the end, man. You gotta be an idiot to be a celebrity and get married. But they teach him to get married. And make sure image look good. That's in the contracts. Go ahead.
Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Yahushua. Now I praise you, brethren, that you remember me in all things, and keep the ordinance as I delivered them to you. But I would have you know
the ordinance stuff from order. Go ahead.
Paul was super wise, man. You know, he's gifted.
Well, he was quoting a lot out of the law. That's what these people say. Paul wasn't in the truth. Everything he said wasn't true.
And you a damn idiot, man.
But everything he said wasn't true. He was using guile, and then it was confusion. Right. You know, Paul was saying things like if somebody came up and didn't have a beard, he'd be like, "Don't worry about it. Not right now. You gotta learn." And then you grow your beard. Because what happened was people was getting condemned with the law. And when it was condemning them with the law, and what happened was he would lose followers. I mean, he was about bringing in the seed, the fruit. And that could cause somebody to go off. This is why the shambles, they was eating the meats, and some of them was sacrificing it, and he said, don't worry about it then. If somebody, let's say he was eating sacrifice, he was about to eat, and somebody said, that's sacrifice, man, don't eat that. Paul told him, all right, don't eat it then. But in his mind, he knew to go in and eat it because these men was not built up yet. So right now, if somebody came up and they had long dreadlocks down to their legs, we wouldn't tell him to cut his hair right now. We would use that guile that Paul used. That's why they said Paul, everything Paul said was not true. It was true. Yeah. It's like, so I would say, all right, just keep your long hair. Yeah, and everybody be tripping. That's why they wanted to kill him.
Because the thing is, that's why we ran early. Romans 10. Right. My heart and prayer is that all Israel should be saved.
That was the whole thing.
Yeah. We want Israel to get it at the end of the day. You know? You an Israelite at the end of the day. You know? You don't make yourself an Israelite.
And we had guys came up with blonde hair.
Yeah.
And we didn't get on them about that.
You got people that try to turn this into a religion.
Right.
You know, they try to, oh, you Israelite. I've heard about y'all religion. This is not a religion, man. You're an Israelite from birth, man.
Right.
You know, you following these other religions and false ideology.
Yeah.
You know, that's where you go off at.
But we do teach not to have blonde hair, not to have long hair.
Right.
Paul even said we shouldn't have long hair.
Okay.
That's why 1 minute he said it's a shame to have long hair. It's a shame to do this, not to do that. Another minute, what then shall we, forget the law? Yeah. So 1 minute he's saying the law, and the next minute he's saying forget the law.
Right. All we do is picking up where Paul is.
Right.
Because we do the exact same thing he did. Right. It's balancing issues. And Jesus got the balance. Right. Yeah. Because this world around us has no balance. Just like before. The world before, even in that time, didn't have balance. So you can only imagine then, compared to then and now, in 2022. Yeah. God damn, man. This world really ain't got
One of the things is they're gonna have compassion, man. You know, a lot of our people have misfortunes. You know, we deal with a lot of bull crap, and you have to be super rough and tough and all that stuff. You know, and depending on where you come from. Right. You know, you don't even care about whether if you ain't with the program, then you got to be hard on you. You know, fuck you. But Jacob always been ready to kick somebody off the curb.
Even in that's why when he was going back to what I was saying, that's why he was talking about the law. He was Paul was just picking up where Yahweh was saying. Yeah. When in Matthew 23, with 23 and 1, you can read the whole chapter when you get a chance. He's getting on the Pharisees. He said, do as they say, but do not after them. Right? Because you had Jake making the law for profitable gain. Yeah. And he was saying, basically what Paul was saying is the law can't save you. Right. But you're supposed to follow it in faith. Because you can't keep it.
Right, had Jake walking around.
Right.
Pockets full of stones and stuff.
Yep.
You know, I got my stones today just in case a nigga break a law.
Yep. You know? And that's why the Christians said the Christian church said throw out the law. Why would you throw out the law? That's why our people destroying and killing each other. One of the laws is not to kill one another. Right. Right? Not to commit adultery. Not to steal, not to lie, not to cheat. But you saying don't do the law. So that's madness.
Paul, just like how y'all was was, when that woman, which was married, they was ready to stone her. You know, ready to put her to death. But the Lord had mercy on her, man. You know, Jake don't have mercy when it comes down to,
that was what that was about. Yeah. Because some of us didn't know. Right. And that's what the mercy came in. And some of us did know, and they needed repentance because we had so much of the world on us. You know? Yeah. But in the ancient times, it was different because we grew up in the law. We knew the law. Yeah. It was hardcore. Right. It wasn't that the law is done away with. It's a thing called mercy that's bestowed, and Yahweh came with that mercy.
Yeah. And the mercy was always there when you go into it.
Yeah, sure.
The mercy was always there. The scriptures talk about the tender mercies of David. Yeah. David went off. Right?
You had a chance to repent.
Yeah.
So you always had it. It wasn't just like you're sinning off with your head.
Yeah. Where's the repentance? How long do it take for somebody to right there? You know what I'm saying? You got to know where you went off at, right? But then you have to sometimes learn. You know, you can't. Oh, he went off. Just want to know better. No, whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sometimes if a person don't know, you got to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? Help them to grow into this thing. You know, this ain't something that somebody just come in and just get overnight. You know, that's what some guys need.
Right. That's why we don't tell brothers that first come in, that come up, even yourself. Yes. We didn't go tell you certain things. Yes. First coming up. Right. You know,
I know it's coming, but
you already rooted to a degree. So you already knew not to have long hair. You already knew to try to keep a beard.
You know what I'm saying? Watching my teachers.
Yeah, so
I got the best teachers in the world.
Yeah, so before you came out here, you was already being rooted. You know, that's what they call the parable of the sower. Right. You know?
Matthew 13.
No, Matthew 13.
I got that.
You was still warming up.
What's that?
1 Corinthians 11.
Oh, go to 11:8. Go to 8 verse.
Yeah, Paul was saying, be a follower of me. You know, as an Israelite, you had the opportunity to repent. Now the so-called white man, he can't repent whatsoever.
That's the point of repentance. That's the point. He doesn't have a law. When you hear what we went into a couple weeks ago, you talk about redemption, reconciliation and words like that. You know, you're talking about the Israelites. You talk about taking back, buying back. So whenever you hear, let's say whenever you hear that, you have to go way on to the beginning. So who in the world can receive redemption? That's how you figure out who can receive redemption. Man. You gotta go way back, man. You know, you gotta redemption, repentance, reconciliation is all the same thing, pretty much. Buying back. You know, reconciliation is the restoring of a friendship. The Lord didn't a so-called friendship. The Lord didn't have a so-called friendship with everybody, with all nations on the earth. All right, He only had a friendship with the Israelites, man. Like the ones the law, statutes, commandments, as well as the promises were given to you. For you fake Christians out there, man. That's right. You know, the so-called white man is not the people of God. They can't be. You know, with the shit they doing to the earth. You know, the shit they doing to the earth. You know, the shit they doing to the people. Everything you touch, everything the so-called white man touches, you know, they defile it. You know, you're supposed to be able to go in that water with no problem, zero problem. You shouldn't have to be going into a pharmacy to get shot up. You know, with medicines and having to have to take medication. We shouldn't be looking at our women like this, man. Right? We shouldn't be looking at our men like this. Pants hanging down off their heads, weed and shit. You know, just sick. You know, just completely sick. They all come to the man of freedom. You stand on this concrete, your back start hurting, you know, your feet start hurting. Because this is unnatural, man. We're living in caves. You know, we're living in caves. You know, the GMO foods. You telling me that shit's natural? Get the hell out of here, man. But they did call themselves the people of God. You know, but they're not speaking up against it. Real Christians will speak against it. Go ahead and read the scripture, brother. All right, this is Matthew 65. It says, "And when thou shalt," "when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love and to pray standing in the synagogue and in the corners of the streets." So, even like you got a lot of people that subscribe unto this, especially under Christianity. They're not. He's not a hypocrite. He knows what he's doing. He's doing this. He's straightforward with this stuff. But just people don't pay attention to it. It's our people that be hypocrites. That want to be doing pretty much following the guidelines of Esau, trying to take away the credit of the Most High. That's our people doing that. The Lord's telling us not to be as hypocrites. The Lord gave us a specific job to be holy unto Him, which is set apart, to tell the truth, prophesy, and tell the downfall of this place. That's it. The nutshell. You finish on that? This is 1 Corinthians 11 and 8. For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. So how does man and woman become equal in this society? Under wickedness. Of course. We're not even equal anymore. In this society, they surpassed us. Yeah. And then let's say, you know, I'm going to tell you the mindset of Eve, man, the black woman. You can have something nice, whether it's your jewelry, whether it's your car, she'll mug you. Attention's supposed to be all on me. Yeah. I'm this shit. Yeah. And that's why they're alone, man. That's why they're alone. Look at them, man. We'll say, go ahead, be with them. That's your lovers anyway. Yeah. I don't get mad about it. Be miserable with them. What's that saying? Misery, love, company. They want you to be just like them, man. And that's why I tell them real quick, man. Look, you keep your miserable ass energy somewhere else, man. We're not gonna be miserable. Are you a Christian? You Christian? Yeah. Are you a Christian? Can you tell me the biblical definition of sin?
Exactly what you're gonna mean, but I just see, man.
Okay,
Right.
all Christians are supposed to know that, man. If you call yourself a Christian, you're supposed to know the definition of sin. All right. I'm just for edification.
Are you new to Christianity, or were you raised?
No, I'm not raised yet, but I became a Christian.
Okay. What makes you become a Christian?
Like 20 years ago.
I'm saying, like, what made you decide?
Someone preached for me outside in the street, and I received Christ in my life.
Okay. Are you from
Brazil.
Brazil? Okay. That's the tribe of Asher, according to the Bible.
You know, I'm gonna let y'all get that. Brazil has a lot of history.
Yes.
Did you know Cristobal Colon, which his name is Christopher Columbus?
Yes.
He was a Jesuit Jew that converted to Christianity and went down in Brazil and set up companies and enslaved your people, which is our people, with sugar.
This is different. Right now we have two different kind of Christian in Brazil, like Catholic and Protestant.
Protestants.
Yes.
Yeah, that goes back to the 1600s.
Yeah.
So the Protestants, we just read on that. The Protestants was about enslaving Brazilians.
Yes.
And you know what they said? This is a docile people. They said 10 Brazilians ran from 2 white men. So they said these are people to enslave. And they took that and they figured that through Christianity that you can be converted and be a better slave. Now, before you was a Christian, what were Brazilians? They spoke Portuguese and stuff, right? The Portuguese came in and conquered them, right? The Spaniards. So what were y'all before you became Christians? What language were you speaking? This is your heritage.
It's not even language like called. Sabe qual a língua que nós falamos no Brasil?
The Jeremiah 17.
It's an Indian.
Right? Because they went there too. They started a company. Brazil, the white man started in India started a company, right? And they got there. That's credit to the brother Prashad who gave me a book that I read on that. I ain't even finished it yet, but man, it shows a lot of history with Brazil, right? And that them and the Indian company came together, and it was all about money. And it was all about in Brazil. It was about sugar, cropping sugar, right? Yeah. That's his hit. He knows.
Cane sugar. You know where from?
Huh?
Where from?
I'm from here. I just read.
Yeah, Brazil.
I might be from Brazil. I don't know.
You know more than us. And what kind of religion you guys?
We're the Hebrew Israelites. You're Hebrew Israelite too.
Oh.
Yeah. The word Brazil in Hebrew, it means iron. That's what it means. But the people, like the elder said, before the Brazilians was conquered, who were they? What were they believing in? You know, it wasn't in believing, but you know who this is, right?
Yeah.
Who is it?
It's have two kind of figures here. It means like a Christ, but have something like means like a death or something.
His name is Caesar Borgias. This is an actual person. Okay, the son of Pope Alexander. Okay, the 6th of Rome. Okay, so what happened was the Pope, he had a son, an illegitimate son. Now you know the Pope is supposed to be this figure that don't have sex and all this stuff, right? But this Pope Alexander, he had children. Okay, he had him, Caesar Borgia, Lucrezia Borgia, and Rodrigo Borgia. Okay, now this guy was his son, so everybody knew that this was his son, but he made his son to be a cardinal. Okay, and he set his son up in a position of power, but his son under the Pope's reign, where everybody's looking at him, his son kept on doing a lot of crazy stuff. That's why we have it right here. All the things that the incest, having sex with his sister, murder, fraud, stealing. Okay, breaking every law in the Bible. Okay, that's what this man has done. Caesar Borgia, and so the Pope.
This is the interest, and never heard this history before. Do you have some card that I can share you, or do you have a website for it?
Yeah, you can look it up on. You can give them the information. We need to get some cards. You're an Israelite. What the Pope did right? The Pope is supposed to be the father. You go to the church, they say father, father this, father that, right? So he set up his son to be the son, to be the image of God. You know, so that's why we say that this is not God. Or this is not Jesus. They say Jesus is Negro. He's a so-called black man. Okay, he wasn't a so-called white man. This is Caesar Borgia. They have tons of souls on them, that you can look up. The Borgias. You know, you can even Google it about who Caesar Borgia is in the history. You know, this Pope.
I never heard this history before, but right now we're gonna stop a little bit time for searching this. And
well, we're gonna read the scripture because we haven't read the scripture yet. Jeremiah 17:4.
Jeremiah
17:4. Jeremiah 17:4. So who is this talking about? And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindred, for ye have kindled a fire in my anger. So that's why the Most High has your people conquered, our people, because we're still the same people, right? And that's why we're the worst of the worst on the planet, right? But the best of the best, like down there, you play soccer, football, right? But who profits off of that? And do you know where football comes from? That comes from them, the conquistadors and them. You know what they did? They made wages, cut your baby's stomachs, the women's stomachs, and made wages. They cut off their heads, they kick their heads like soccer. That's why they call it soccer.
I have a 44 years, man. I have never heard this.
Yeah. We're going to tell you the truth. And then the judge at that time, even down in Brazil, the judge said, this is wicked, we against this. But
that's okay.
That's what they're going to do. They hate the truth.
Yeah.
The judge said this was wicked. But the white man, because that's what devil, dirty white man is, man. He's mad because we're telling you the truth. Right?
Yeah.
That's why Paul said that I become your enemy because I tell you the truth. And you know what them devils did? They continue to rape, rob, murder, and them Cristobal Colon and them, you know what they did? They brought smallpox. You heard of that? Where they poisoned the people with smallpox, and they came with peace. You know, what's that one? Smooth in the butter for boys and hearts, dogs. 49 and 12, 11 and 12. We're gonna read you another. Woo! The words of his mouth is smooth. That's talking about Jake, but this goes to them. These people are extremely wicked, right? And now in y'all country, you're struggling with poverty, right?
They just had the Olympics there.
And give it time. Look what they're doing to your women down there. You got beautiful women down there. He turning them into whores, right? They're getting tourists. Them devils, they come down there and start sleeping with your woman. Turning them out, giving them a little bit of money. You know, it's sick, man. And we're standing up against that. You know, you ought to be mad about it too, brother.
They bring diseases, a lot of diseases to them women too.
It's something down here.
That's an example right there, man.
You better know it.
That's the curses. Because you know, for the longest, they always said that don't touch a black woman, you might get HIV or something. That's the same thing that they said with the Brazilian woman.
Yeah, but they're popping them little girls, man.
Don't touch the Brazilian woman, they got HIV/AIDS. The same curse.
I ain't talking about pedophilia, but they get to sink their little teeth in the little boys, man. You know, little girls. Man, it's legal. It's pretty much legal. They got a pedophilia plan. So it's pretty much legal. And it shouldn't come as a surprise at the rate this place is going, man. But that's good. Well, let me say it's good on the right hand side because that's close to these devils falling, man. You know, remember, the more wickedness this place produces, the harder it's going to fall, man. Apostle Rumlow always say, we quote this from Maya M. Shaw Bowers. He said, give me the total of the money and I don't give a damn who make the loans. And that's true, man. You can read up on that. That's exactly what he said. It's the truth. You know? He said, as long as it's with reason that the people don't rebel, but this is why we're going to fund Black Lives Matter. We're going to fund the Black church. We're going to fund even the Hebrew Israelites. That way, if we fund them, we can manipulate them. They did that through the Richard Humphreys, going back to the HBCU. He was a Quaker, and he funded the black colleges, which really came from Jake over in Europe that set them out. And then, because we was over the Edomites, and they came over and they established it sneakily without reporting back to the queen. I think her name was Queen Isabella, right? And they sneakily took counsel amongst themselves and started, because they had the money. Our people, the greatest fault we had was allowing them to have the money. Hey, shalom, brothers. Hey, shalom. Yep. Go ahead.
Psalm 55 and 21. The words of his mouth was smoother than butter. The Lord was in his heart.
Right.
He can tell you that look at your principles, look at all your principles. They want to give you the so-called promises that they're going to do, never fulfill. I believe they do that. The opposite. They do the opposite. Oh, speaking of that whole pedophile thing, remember it was sometime last year. I sent the picture showing that on Facebook. They're gonna have Sleepy Joe pushing the whole pedophile. So it's not gonna be no surprise, and he'll put it in the most peaceful, loving way he can to say, "Oh, they should be accepted too." Meanwhile, it's doing more harm than good. It's the same thing. Says his words were softer than oil, yet were they dry wood. So you ever feel? I know many people got oil. Yep. It says softer than oil. That's how Esau has always managed to win. He does the play of words. Think about it. That's how he goes around conquering other places. Taking their resources and put the smooth words in, and then say, "You got to come to us." And when you come to us for your resources, you got to be under our alliance, under my alliance, so I can put sanctions on you when you fuck up. Same thing.
What laws do Esau have for the international laws? You know, things that he can do to other nations or can't do. You know, he put sanctions on these other countries. Where did that come from? You know, I got a quick one here. Precept to that. Right?
That's the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 11. It says, "And I beheld, another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon."
You know what that is, right? Alex, two horns. It's the Democratic and the Republican.
And then back then it was way being in the Patricia. You know, and they come to you, it's like a lamb, like you said, the Democratic Republican. They coming to you, to these people, mainly these people, like as a lamb, right? But they speak it as a dragon, man. Speaking the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. When you look at a serpent, right? The tongue is split. Yeah. It comes back. It's the same thing. The same body. You know? The Lord called up the serpent for me. You know?
That makes so much sense.
I know, yeah.
That makes so much sense.
The Democrats, all the things that Joe Biden was saying he was going to do all these things. Got to office and do shit.
You can't really do nothing. Oh, you talking about slow Biden?
Yeah,
you fell the hell asleep, though.
Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy slow Biden.
You know,
they got to escort him up the steps and shit.
And down, they got to say, the eagle has made it. The eagle has made it.
Oh shit! Now they got him. Now they got Biden saying. Now they talking about Biden now saying that he owes taxes.
It's all a joke. It's all a dead. You're in there home 3-1. Double like fucking 80.
80 something,
Isaiah 47.
You don't know what the hell going on.
Isaiah 40.
Well, while they getting that, I'll continue on with this. While they getting that, it's verse 12. It says, "And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him."
Yep, that's that ancient Roman system. Yep, you got it.
It says,
which I believe they called that a city back then too, right?
That's what they is. Yeah. Yep. It
They
says,
had a house and all that.
they had the same thing. They had the same thing. Yep.
It just changed the name though.
It says, "And causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast."
We are under a Roman system.
Yeah. But it said here, it said, "Who daily wound was healed." You know, the daily wound was healed. That's like you said. That's the name. So when they tell you to it's crazy, man. It's everything you read up on that in ancient and today it's crazy. When you sit up there and say you wanna you get that Quran and you that's in the same script. That's in the same script. You sit up there and say, "I want to get the Quran," right? And certainly your skin, you still worshiping the Roman Empire, man. You know, it's the same thing. Not only the Roman Empire, but it's all the wicked ass empires that rule here, man. You know, but it's mainly the Roman Empire. You know, it's goddamn government, man. You know,
You pledge your major allegiance.
Yep. It says, and he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. You know, the great wonders. You know, that you could you could call somebody, that live way overseas and like somewhere in China and shit. That's the so-called great wonder that people look at. You know, these shots. You know the shot. That's what that is, man. You know, the so-called great wonders.
Christianity.
The military.
You can stream Jesus Christ all through the internet.
Yep. The military. Everything you see around the cars. They come out with Teslas, talking cars and shit like that. Those are the so-called great wonders, man. You know what that reminds me of? Well, that reminds me of the show The Last Kingdom. They said the whole marching army organization going into different areas.
That's what I was going into, Christian wars and stuff like that. It was all based off of that damn false Christianity, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on, it's verse 14. It says, "And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast, all right, which had the wound by the sword and did live, all right." So it's a deception. You know, we living in like we like to say, it's a simulation. You know, that's what this is, man. You know, the imitation of something that's supposed to be real is not real, man. Mm-hmm. You know, we was talking about marriage earlier. Marriage ain't real for shit, man. Marriage ain't real. Christianity ain't real. These fake Christians, man. We just spot a Christian from a mile away.
Right. Oh man,
that's why I said it. You walk back here early. You want a bald-headed cook.
Either he a Christian or he a caretaker or something. Either way, it's still there.
You gotta put on that image.
I ain't got that tight ass pants on.
Yeah. You got that suit on, right? You still a fucking nigga. It's still in you.
Yeah.
You know, you remember that guy that was a reporter in a flyer doing his mouth?
Yeah.
He said,
Yeah.
It came out of him. You know?
Yeah.
That's all it had.
Just like Esau, saying nice things, but it really, be ready. That's why the Most High gonna raise up that spirit, like the spirit of Pharaoh of Egypt.
What that it say? Their word receive the hearts of the people. Esau. These people have believed in the lies of Esau. You know, the Biden is a good example. You know, promising and saying he's going through all this stuff, but look at the history and the track record of Joe Biden.
But that's why people mad. They believe it.
He was calling niggas and stuff like that, saying all type of crazy stuff about people.
And he was touching, he was okay, but touching little girls and shit, you know.
Massages that show.
Yeah,
But they feel like Edomite can change his color. You know, Edomite can be a whole new, different person. You know, if they believed in Jesus, so they would change their whole image. Just like that nigga. You believe in God, or you know, or you reform. That's what that reformation is.
The word pledge means security, bail. Also, Anglo-Latin, both probably, it means to guarantee, like a promise, right? A West Germanic root meaning having responsibility for, to make a responsible. Meaning when you pledge, you're basically making a guarantee of a promise, you know, to do something. An oath. Like when you make a pledge like we made a pledge unto the Lord. Or like a gang member make a pledge to the BGF. You know? That's kind of crazy calling yourself a guerrilla family.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But hey, that's what it is. And guess who funded them? Them.
Yeah.
They fund the gangs too. You know who funded the Black Panthers? That guy Charles Manson. Yeah.
I think he was a Satanist too. Right?
He was a Satanist.
Yeah.
And elites funded him. And through him, he funded the Black Panthers. And they pushed their ideology, and that's when them drugs hit. Through heroin. And then later on, came the Black Muslims, right? Of the communities. In the 80s, you were seeing the Muslims, the Farrakhan's and the Muslims. Guess what came after that? Crack. Wow. Right? So through religions, he brings destruction. Through beliefs, he brings destruction. And this is why through the Black Lives Matter, that's what he funded now. Women and the crossers. That's all I can say. Right. Yeah, I know. When they fund these companies, they're funding them for a greater goal to destroy the Black community. You know? First of all, there's no such thing as a Black community. There's no thing as a. I guess there is a hood. The word hood means the cover, right?
Well, that's Isaiah 30:1. 31:1.
Egypt for help?
No, they cover with a cover,
covering,
but not of my spirit.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's hood. That's right there.
Now, under the hood of the ghettos is what? Like if you went in a house that was full of rats and roaches, you in the hood of a house. Yeah, right. But don't mean it's good, you know. But Jake makes it good. So the elites, you know what they do? Put out videos, boys in the hood. Yeah. You know, they glorify that shit. You know, drug deals. What's his name? Scarface. Yeah. The movie cutting into the drugs and licking it, and then getting a woman. At the end, he dies, but Jake don't care. All Jake knows is he want to be like Nino Brown, you know, from New Jack City. Nino died at the end. He got shot by the old Jake. But after the movie's over, the niggas went out. I remember I was hustling back in the day, and I met this one nigga. I ain't gonna say his name. He did anyway. I said, "What's up, man?" He said, "What's your name, man?" He said, "My name." They called me Nino. I said, "Oh, man." And see, that's the confusion and the sickness through those movies. Like John Singleton, he bring out these movies, Boys in the Hood. And the people need to know what's going on. Man, the people don't need to know what's going on in that shit. Just don't go in that shit, man.
Can I say? That Scarface came out.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody wanted to do that.
Yeah.
And that helped. So they knew with funding the drugs, funding the movies, funding the entertainment, funding the media. What's media comes from medium, sorcery. Woo! You know? Which means middle. Woo! Somehow, they've got to get these drugs smoked up and shot up. Let's use some music. Let's use, remember Dr. Dre and them came out with the Chronic album? Yeah. Like, come on, man. Everybody's smoking weed and shit. If it wasn't for Dr. Dre, half the niggas wouldn't be smoking weed.
That's fact.
You know? And then the movie Training Day, you had what's the one with Lawrence Fishburne?
Deep cover.
Deep cover. And they sitting in the corner smoking the crack. So if you're recovering from drugs and you see that movie, you're gonna get butt naked with a pair of socks on and smoke the glass rod, man.
Oh, you talking about Chris Rock in New Jack City?
New Jack City. No, even in Deep Cover.
In Deep Cover,
the guy was sitting there smoking the damn crack and shit.
Lawrence was getting out, cocaine.
So it's that imagery that they put out in the media that commits the sorcery. And this is why they show the movie Paid in Full, if you remember that.
Yeah.
Makai Pfeiffer, he rolling up in that bin.
Yeah.
You know what that does to a young man that's 13 years old? And he sees something like, I can make money like that. I don't give a fuck about dying. I just want to be like that. And then you'll wind up wanting to do that. And people don't know right under your nose, they was pushing sorcery to force your children to behave like that, man.
That's why you gotta watch the TikTok videos.
Yeah.
Freaking Disney, it's all over Disney. You know, get flames and all that.
Especially now, you should not let a child watch this shit. Especially now.
Yeah.
Oh man. No, don't stop.
They promoted that drug dealer. What's his name from Harlem? I forgot. In the 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit before that. And all them young guys in the 80s wanted to be like.
Yeah, they had a movie out there called American Gangster.
Yeah.
They had a show called something Falls, White Falls, or something like that. And the CIA was in charge of the drugs pushing it out there.
Yeah.
Snowfall.
Oh yeah.
You had the guy that was it Ricky Ross.
Yeah, Freeway.
Yeah.
And then this big security guard takes on the name and help promote more drugs than this guy sold. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Rick Ross is a security guard. He takes on the identity of being a gangster, and then the people take that ideology and push more drugs than Ricky Ross ever really sold. Some of the white man ain't the devil, man. The Bible speaks of, man. Woo. You believe that, sir? Oh, of course he doesn't believe it. He's the devil, man. Look at him, man. He's a freak. He was one of the ones back in slave time watching their wife get popped by Jake sitting in that rocket shit. You know, watching that shit just happen. He's a freak. Come on. He's a freak. He ain't come up to look at this. Look, he came up to look at y'all, man. He's sick bastard, man.
Now you got I could have dealt with it. I could have dealt without this.
He's a freak. You can see that motherfucker freak, man.
You saw what by earlier?
He walked by before?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. That's what I'm saying. Hey, we gotta keep it real.
He a freak though, yeah.
A lot of them like that, man.
Yep. They walk by here peeking and shit.
And then women do that.
Remember the we was at the other side. And that guy walked with the camera, with the camera, walking by, you know.
Man, he was taking out their freak shots.
That was a Jake too, but Jake was that too.
Yeah, it is.
You know, they really
Nicky Bomb.
They literally promoted them.
Yep.
And that all them young drug dealers wanted them young guys wanted to
be Nicky Bomb.
Yeah.
If I can remember, Esau pretty much get that from them.
They get that from the Babylonians. I mean, we gotta call it like that. He walked with them shorts jacked up his ass, walking down the street, man, with some white flannel shit on, man. And we know that dude's a freak.
Yeah, when I said when I said I was playing.
No, that's true. We could live without it. But for camera application,
but that's true. We
can't Hebrews 12 and 17. We'll show you. We'll show you.
Yes.
We're gonna show you exactly what we just said.
That's right.
Right? 12 and 17. Actually, you should know that, man, by now. Try 16 first.
This is Hebrews 12 and 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau.
He's profane. What's profane mean? Outside. Look it up. Somebody look it up. Look up profane. We know it's outside the temple, but it goes even deeper. Go ahead. All right. Which means they're not part of they can't repent. They ain't part of the truth. They're Hebrews, but they're Edomites.
I got it.
Go ahead.
It's not the word profane, right? Relating or devoted to that which is not sacred or biblical. Secular rather than religious.
Right.
It says of a person or their behavior not respectful of orthodox religious practice, irreverent. Right. So the Esau don't respect God whatsoever. Yeah. You know, and he don't respect. Esau himself didn't respect his parents' wishes. You know, they talk about they believe in the Bible, but don't follow not anything in the Bible.
Not one thing.
Right.
Where you see, where's America at in the Bible? We got to decode what America is in the Bible.
That's right.
Because they don't say that this is Babylon.
That's spiritual power too. I was mentioning that video yesterday. Us, coming, have, as far as in the future, having spiritual bodies. It's not far fetched. I mean, because look what we can do with the Bible, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Look how the Lord gave us. They're twisting the scripture.
Where's white people at in the Bible?
Yeah.
You sure are.
Black people.
The right way.
The right way.
Right.
Yeah.
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 You don't see white. Jesus was white in the Bible. But now all of a sudden, when we say that he's a so-called black person, it matters. It don't matter what his skin color is. But you don't see nowhere in the Bible where it say anybody was white.
Yeah, that's facts.
The Bible is not the white man's book. Man.
Now, why? When you look at Christianity, you got something called Christian nationalism, right? Which they call themselves white Hebrew Israelism. That's what it's actually called, the British. Because they said they was from the seed of Jacob, right? But now our people are there because the British group, a lot of them, the Brits, a lot of them was Israelites anyway, from the Dark Ages. But what they taught is that America was founded by God. And to keep America, that's why the Christian nationalists stormed the White House. Because they saw that Trump taking them out of power was ruining, because his slogan was about make America great. Meaning build it back up to the way God said it. Get that scripture that says in Zephaniah, blessed be the Lord, I am rich. You know what I'm talking about? It's in Zephaniah. And they believe that blacks were born here into slavery, right? For the cause of the white man. These are Christians. Okay, Malone will not do a video on this. They believe that blacks are mud people, and that blacks have the spirit of Cain, the mark of Cain. That is the same religion that the Mormons teach. The Mormons teach in the book of Nephi, the 5th chapter, that the Israelites, that black people were cursed black. We were all white. So now Jesus came down here and hid in the cave because of the sun, right? He was so white, transparent, that the sun gave him sunburn. So while he was on the cross, he was getting sunburned, right? This is what they teach. So what they're teaching, Christian nationalism, you can look this up. They actually teach that white people are the chosen people of God, and God set up America for white people. But there's no hate videos or anything coming against that shit. Yes, us, you got it? No, it's 11 and 5. And it proves it in the scriptures. This is what they were saying. Right? I don't know how I got that. Okay. All right, this is the book of Zechariah. We ain't go over that in many. I read that scripture for years. But hey, Zechariah chapter 11, verse 5. It says, whose possessors slay them, go up the floor. Thus saith the Lord Yahweh by Shem Yahushai, feed the flock of the slaughter, right, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. Right? And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich. You know how people adopted to that too. They had their hand in pushing that damn Christianity on us. That's how they got that money. The devil set up quarters for black men, so they knew black men at that time. They allowed us to have that strength, right? Did you know in the time of slavery, they even let us celebrate the Sabbath? They considered the Sabbath. They was following that. I'm serious. You can look this up. The white man was even following the Sabbath because remember he had our text, and then they kind of converted it to the seventh day. What's the seventh day on the Gregorian calendar, which is Sunday after the sun, S-U-N, by the way, not the S-O-N, sun. That's the first day of the week. Roger, you got Sunday on this calendar is the first day of the week. Monday after the moon is the second day of the week. That's where you get Easter. With Tammuz and Easter, that's another video. Yeah. Where she was the queen of the sun and of the moon, the goddess of love and the goddess of peace and the waters. Real talk, you can look this stuff up. Then they named all these days after the gods: Tammuz, Booten's Day, Thor's Day, Freya's Day, Saturn, Saturday. This is all, and guess what? A lot of us incorporated a lot of this stuff, man. We're the Most High is the former of all things, but He set us up. You know, go ahead. That's an Edomite right there. That is one. He probably remember. He was probably one of the ones in the early 1900s. I'm in 1940. I don't know.
I think Saturn is after Satan, ain't it? I think so.
Saturn's there, the planet Saturn, but they worship Satan.
Yeah.
Woo. That's why the rats, they wear that black and white. You know why they wear black? Why? So they knew the Jews were black. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
It says, let me start over at verse 5. It says, that's why they have the thing called the swatter. Yep. Swatter, y'all broke the break, man. Yeah. You go ahead, bro. Yeah. You share some of the love, man.
Oh, look, they over there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Going back to SWAT sticker, which SWAT means black. When you look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, black nigga. They do. If we go back to Hitler, he knew.
Yeah. What they do is they keep that black and white us fighting one another. That divide and conquer. As long as we fighting one another, they can remain, keep their power. But once blacks and whites get together, I mean blacks and white Israelites. Once we get off that stigma, that's why they follow fund ISUBK. Because they are all about black. If it was up to them, the elect would never get awakened. We're the biggest threat. Because we're not about just black. There's nobody black. We're about so-called blacks, whites, the Chinese, Korean, as long as your lineage go back to being an Israelite. Boom. Remember that Deuteronomy 28:64? Yes. You can get that real quick. You go ahead, brother.
So I was going to say that these people got to wake up and realize that they're sitting at the table of devils, man. And they eating everything that the devil is feeding. That GMO, spiritual GMO food, man, that Esau is giving them, man. And these people love it. You tell them that the so-called white man is the devil and he set up everything that they believe in, man, these people will crumble because they don't got nothing else to stand on, man.
Oh, you got to the point, though. Deuteronomy 28:64.
All right, this is Deuteronomy 28:64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
What the scripture say? The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. So even if it's a so-called Chinese-looking Israelites, over there in China, looking at things, still let the so-called white man rule everything. So it's the people in China, that ain't even their name. They Moab.
Yeah. And if they're not Israelite, there's nowhere in the Bible that say they can be saved. We can show you that too.
Where you see the names of these lands in the Bible?
Nehemiah 13.
Where's Africa in the Bible? It's not in there. This so-called white man, Esau, is a profane person. Everything that he follows is not in the Bible.
Would you stand in court? You know, you swear to tell the truth. You know, nothing but the truth so help you.
You see Asia in there, right? Asia is in the Bible.
Asia Minor. Yeah. Asia.
Europe ain't in there. You got to decode all this stuff, man.
We're gonna show you the Moabites and Ammonites. Nope, I don't know. The Lord ain't lie about that. Read that Nehemiah 13. Nehemiah 13 and 1. So that day they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written that the Ammonite and the Moabite should not come into the congregation of Yahweh forever.
And we tried to explain who an Ammonite or Moabite is today. That history is so freaking long gone. You know, now there are
they're the Down syndrome people. That's what they are.
Right.
We can show that in the Bible.
Lot.
When he escaped from Sodom and Gomorrah, his two daughters got him drunk.
Yeah.
And they said, well, let's have children from our father so that we can keep his lineage going.
Whoa. And by the way, they were black people, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, they were dark. Yeah.
And I was gonna say that there are certain images where it'll even over in China they'll even say Moab.
Yeah.
You know, you go to a restaurant and say Moab.
Now they ask a question. Now Christians will ask this because we go to Christianity today. They'll ask, well, wait a minute, if Cain got the mark and turned white, he went and slept with other black women, right? So that would have killed him. That's what they think in the day, how it is. It had nothing to do with that.
Right.
His seed, his curse, kept him going. That proves the seed come from the father.
Right.
Right?
But they came out looking just like Esau.
They came out looking just like him.
Just like him. Even though he had a Hamite, a Hamite woman.
Because guess
they
what?
Kept on,
that mark was on him for a period of time.
Yeah.
It wasn't until later that they started sleeping with other nations and they started using that. So that was a strong genetic defect.
Right.
So it took a while for them to start losing that, getting that complexion back.
Yeah.
You know? That's why you can be two dark people and bring out a light-skinned child.
Right. Yeah.
You know, or you could be the parent can look so-called white or close to it, and the mother can look like kind of light-skinned, and the baby can come out looking a little bit darker. And then he'll look like, man, I need a DNA test.
Yeah. You know? I got the etymology of the word China. They say Asian country name around the 1550. So that's when that name started coming around. It says of uncertain origin. Well, it say earliest European usage is in Italian by Marco Polo of uncertain origin. So that term didn't even come about, and then we also got Asian China. Yeah, I was going to say that we got to also take into consideration that when the so-called white man goes into a land and he conquers it, right? They're Hellenizing the whole world. You know, we gotta take those things into consideration. You know, of Christianity. This place wasn't called America before they came here. You know?
You know what the natives call this land? They call it Maricu. It means bitter land.
You know? Isn't this called Asherah in the scriptures? That's what is in the Apocrypha, right?
Yeah. So this place was built. Well, get name 3 and 1.
In Canada, named after I remember Canaan, right? Yeah. Canada is named after Canaan, the land of Canaan. It means the land of Canaan. So Gad had to name that, They got their name from Gad.
Look, man, in Europe, black people was there first.
Yeah.
That was Japhetic.
Right.
Yeah.
But they were there first.
Yeah.
Right. Black man, look, Edomites was in the caves. Man. They was in, before that, they had their own land. Remember, the scripture says that the Most High divided the nations to their inheritance. They was in Petra, Edom, the mountains. They got kicked out. I mean, they came out, they got kicked back up into the Caucasus. That's why they call themselves Caucasian. You know? And then you got our people who want to be like them with the blonde hair. You know,
with the Anglo-Saxons.
Jake,
Yeah.
Anglos.
Angel sons of Isaac.
Ancient sons of Isaac.
Yep.
Yep.
You know,
That's all Anglos mean. They
Yeah.
Yeah.
Europe and all those different countries, that's our people names, man.
look at the books of all the Dark Ages, the books of Russia, even the books in Europe and various other places. America is the only one that really are the dumbest people, especially our people. We lack education of knowing about our history. So you know what they did? They funded us and told us a new curriculum of what we need to learn about Black art and Black heritage. But what were we before the 1500s? Nobody can say. But now they're coming out. You were certain kind of kings set up.
Yeah.
As long as you'll say you're them people. As long as you'll say you was an Israelite, you could be a Black king. Well, who was those Black kings? They was Israelites.
But Scott means black, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
That means
And King James on the 16. That's why you had the King James Bible, the 1611. You had the Geneva Bible of 1599. You had the Great Bible of 1539. Those are all Jakes that orchestrated. And you remember, we lost our power line in the late 1300s. So by the 1400s, 1456 is when they put him up, right? So you're going to say, like 200 years later, how was King James, a Black man, still on the throne when we was out of power? But at that time, they was only ruling in certain parts. They were still under us.
Yeah.
Even when King James was on the scene, they were still under us.
It took a while.
What you saying?
It took a while.
It took a while. They started having counties. They started doing sneaky, underhanded shit, lying on the kings and the white man. The biggest problem we ever had was trusting that devil. Everywhere you go, it's always fucking trouble, man. And we don't trust him, man. He got to be taken out of power. I don't trust a damn thing he say, man.
That's why it's scripture, let's say you should have advantages, we're not able to devices. So when you talk about ignorance, ignorance just means not knowing. All right, we don't know, but we know, and that's why we have an advantage over these chicks out here, because we know. We ain't out here asking why we can't do nothing for the Black community, why we can't do this, why we can't do that, because we know. While these chicks out here still running around here asking questions, they come up there and say, y'all ain't doing nothing for the Black community. We don't give a goddamn about the Black community, man. Because the Black community runs to these guys, man. They run to their oppressors for help, man. That's what the Black community goes to, man. That's what they run to, So we have, right. So we're not letting Satan get an advantage of us, man. Because we're constantly educating them. The Lord is constantly educating us, man. Yeah. Back into Black Lives Matter, funded by
You know why we don't go to the Black community? Because let's say we set up a big hot pit beef here, right? Okay. With the shish kebabs and all that on there, right? And a couple of bottles of wine. Everybody come up for the free food. Yahushua said that they came for the loaves for the food. But guess what? They still gonna be in all different doctrines. They're gonna eat. Brother, you're a good Israelite. And they're gonna go back and worship Cyrus. They're gonna agree with everything you got to say. Hey, Sannetta did that, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Sannetta went to the cookout. Sannetta believed just for that moment.
Yeah.
You get their Black brothers and sisters are building. They build it. And then they go right back off, and then Sannetta called them a bunch of weak Negroes and shit, man.
And some other Israelite camps last week, or a week before, had another unity camp. There was Wi-Fi and a couple other ones, and they all believe in totally different doctrines. Ridiculous. They standing on the block. You jakes, man, y'all gotta get destroyed, man. Y'all full of shit, man. Y'all polluting the doctrine, man.
I mean, that's good in the sense that when the white man rolls up to the Christians, they only building up our image. At the end of the day,
It's chestnut checkers, huh?
Yeah. It's one of those one of them dial moments that we know ain't right. We don't believe in that shit.
No, it's going to get destroyed too.
It's going to get destroyed. But because it's only one doctrine. But at the end of the day, they're Israelites, and that's posing a problem on the white man in the Christianity. That's why the scripture says, "Sit not at the you can't sit at the Lord's table and table of devils." If you ain't teaching the MOTBs, the Mark, you know, that thing that's going in you, then you ain't of the truth.
You messing up the whole salvation part of this business. You say that, man. You messing up everything. And that's the biggest prophecy, man. You know, at least one of the biggest. But it is the biggest. You know,
one of the biggest.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. You know,
salvation. That's the biggest one. Yeah. 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 4:4. Now, whom God, Yahweh of this world, no Salaki, whom the God, Salaki on that, whom the God of this world, meaning God can be many.
Right. No, that's 2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians 4:4. Yeah. Whom the God of this world have blinded the minds of them which believeth not.
Yeah, because last week we had brought up the what the word save me. You know, Esau is trying to save this flesh. You know, but the Lord that says that there shall be no flesh saved to be saved. If it's up to Esau, you know, because Esau is blinding the mind of people. He's trying to get you to get your information saved onto a chip. When at the end of the day, these bodies have an expiration date. These people who are trying to save their lives and stuff like that, you're gonna lose it. You know? But whoever loses life for the Lord's sake, they're gonna save it. You know? But that's what you got salvation on the left hand side, or being saved on the left hand side, and you got being saved on the right hand side. Different things. You know? You want your spirit to be saved here? This madness.
Well, that's a part of that Christianity. If you take that MOTB, you'll be saved. And they're going to come with that same spirit. Are you saved? And then you'll be like, nah, man, I ain't with that shit. And boom. It's that same thing coming back.
But when
the Christians say, are you saved? That's what they're talking about. Right. And again, we going hard on you Christians, man. Because you are all about the, now a lot of Christians are against the MOTB, but they pretty much help indoctrinate that because those white wing Christians, they were all about building this place up. And ultimately, they're going to be against it too.
When you look at what they did with the inside the church, getting jammed up inside of it, Christians are already set up for the whole plan from the get-go.
You know, they got an image, which I see too. They got an image, you know, where everybody sit. You know, everybody sit. They had their Bible study or whatever. Yeah. On the side, on each side, they got. And I keep bringing this up because it's funny as shit to me, man. You know, like I mentioned, they got that ATM sitting there at the door. Oh, they got it. They got it. Sit where everybody sit at. You know, get that Bible. They got it on the side of the walls. Some church and a lot of churches, right there. You know, with a cross at and everything with these big ass ATM stands. That's ridiculous, man. You know, I guess tying it so that it can have their hard remote control or whatever. With the bucket, the collection plate, right around.
So for profit, that's what they use that. They use the tithing for the excuse for the ATMs in the church.
They want somebody to go pick that shit. Yeah, read that. I got one that.
This is Nahum 3:1. It says, "Go to the bloody city. It is all full of lies.
Woe means destruction.
The praise departed not."
Yeah, with that, the prey departed not. The so-called white man has slaughtered our people by the boatloads, and have done all these psychological operations, on our people to bend to his will. After all the atrocities that they have done throughout
humanity. You know, our people still believe in this God. Sad, as crazy as it may sound, man. You know, they know that these average Negroes, they're not supposed to touch this so-called white man. They don't even hang out with them. Come on. You know, but they still somehow, some way believe that there's a chance or a slither of hope for Esau. That's why when you tell them that about them being Israelites, the first thing they talk about, well, what about the white man? The white man. What about the white? Why about you goddamn self? It's always about what about the white man? You see all the wickedness that they do. This place gotta go.
Yes.
That's why they say that blood defiles the land. The land cannot be cleansed but by the blood of them that shed it. This is a bloody city. You know, we can't all get together, right? Fly up the block. We can't do that.
How that working out for you?
Yeah. Right.
Now, when you go back to, you might remember the TV experiment. Yeah, everybody know about that.
Yes.
Well, what they did with that, they set up a study, falsely convicted some jakes, and they shot the prostitutes up with the syphilis, and gave it to the men. You know what men do in jail?
Yeah,
you know, man, you depressed, messed up, you gonna go over there to the woman. You know, but guess what? That wasn't the first study. Everybody think that was here. That happened down in South America. Down near Brazil is the other country. Near Brazil.
Argentina.
I think Argentina, one of them countries. Not Argentina.
Venezuela or something.
Yeah, Venezuela. Yeah, one of those countries. They did the first experiment there. Nobody talks about it. Woo! They went down there and did the same experiment with the jail cell. Yeah. And imagine what they did in Africa. They did the same shit in Africa. Where they chopped it. Yeah. And right here in Fort Detrick, Maryland, that's where all the chemicals are at. That's why people got high rates of cancer. Like when you buy something, like even a tire, there's fine print on there. May be harmful and cause cancer. Like I just read the little words, right? Yeah. So, I already told you.
Yeah, because all you usually look at is like the tire pressure.
Yeah.
The inch of the tire. Never go there. I never went there.
Never went there because if you really look at it, the first time I found that out, before I came into the truth, I was young. I said, let me read this shit. You know? Yeah. And it was some bathroom air freshener. The stick on the one that you turn and pull up.
Yeah, the air wick.
The air wick. Yeah. There's little words on there. I had good eyes there. And I read that shit. It said maybe harmful and cause cancer. They talk about California, something about California's test or something like that. California authority or something like that. It's known in California to cause cancers. Not in Maryland, but in California. But somehow they shipped that shit from California and shipped that shit here. So then I recoded the speaker because I'm in the subwoofers and shit like that. Yeah. So I recoded the speaker, and on the thing on it, it says California may cause cancer. I'm like, God damn. And I look at the tire shit. You know that smell from the tire? Mm-hmm. California may cause cancer. But the devil is so crude and sneaky. He made it so small. He put the bigger words that he should have shown. Yeah. But nah, he made that small just so they could say, it's on there. Yeah. Should I read it? Did you read? Should I read it?
Wow. That's wicked.
A trickster.
Sneaky devil.
Sneaky.
You know?
Yeah.
That's why we go to 2 Corinthians 3:11. When he said, we are not ignorant of Satan's devices. Right? Read that again, Daniel 3:1. Yep. Daniel 3:1. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Go to the bloody city. It is all full of lies and robbery.
Right. Lies and robbery. One of the things with the robbery, you hear these banks, right? Make it seem like they're doing you a favor by offering you some money, right? Or give you a loan. You got to pay that shit back, you know? the big ass, depending on what the interest rate is, you know, but you got to pay that back, you know, and then that they rob you at the end of the day. Because guess what? If you don't pay it back, especially if you buy a house, they can take the house from you. You know, you don't pay the property tax. So this man is a thief, a murderer, a liar, lies, deceit. And people believe in this stuff, man. They love this stuff, man. They think that this is the greatest country in the world.
You know why they have your house with a basement? You can't move it. Right? If you buy a trailer, you can move that.
That makes sense.
So that's why they give you the tax on their property. This is why when you own a house and you pay it off, if you don't pay the taxes that the house is on,
right?
They write in contracts when you sign that deed, which that deed is really a tenant form, you have to relinquish your house to them for not paying the property tax. So you technically don't own your house.
And then the executive laws, the executive orders that they can do, they just come in, the government can just say that we need your house for food. You know, they can just easily just come and just take their stuff, man. You know? So this man ain't right, man.
They got multiple policies, laws. One of them is eminent domain, where they can take your house and use it for public uses. Right? You can't do shit about it.
Damn. Lies and robbery, man.
They can take your house and turn it into a CVS farm. Damn.
We want to build a highway through here. We gotta build your house.
Yeah, I remember watching I'm old school, like 70 so. Yeah. I remember he had an episode where the Chinese people wanted to buy his house for money.
Yep.
And he wanted more money.
Yeah, he wanted more money.
He got greedy. And now they got that shit where they can just pay you off with the house value. And nigga, you gotta go.
The mom's like, Pop.
And to that, man, you in an area, right, where Esau once, right? They call it gentrification, right? You live in this neighborhood, right? Like in Baltimore, they got places where Johns Hopkins is trying to buy up certain areas, right? They move out all your neighborhoods. You think that your house is worth more than what they're trying to offer, right? This person done took the deal. This person done took the deal. Now you don't got nobody on your block. You're the only person around there. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to take whatever they offer you at that point in time, man. You know? Because now your whole vacants and all type of stuff, they know how to bring down the value of a whole neighborhood, man. You know? And get you out of there. You got something? So these people, they believe in this, man, and they trust in the lies of the robbery, you know, that they have been. All our people have, you in debt, you die in debt, you know. But they love this government. We vote. Maybe this we can get one of our people. Let's get some flexes up in there, and they can change.
He thought Obama was it.
They even showed in the Roman Empire when the Roman empires came into power. You know, they had votes. You know, they had a vote system like the city. They had all that. You know, but they showed you that they came into power. And it only mattered through their line, man. You know, so even back then they showed you that it never mattered what you voted, man. Voice didn't matter. You know, it never mattered. You know,
Yeah, the people, that's the image that people votes actually matter. Oh yeah, your vote don't mean shit.
Remember that shit back in the day? Rock the vote.
Yeah.
Vote or die.
Fuck was doing that.
And then when you see, when you look into the communities, it's like the dog chasing the tail. You look at the community each time you voted, and every time somebody came to office, look how more screwed up it got.
Right.
And they'll say, see, it's because people like you who didn't vote. That's why it's all messed up. Okay, what about the people who did vote?
They say they brought something out this time. If you
you don't vote for Joe Biden, the non-vote is a vote for Donald Trump. Like what?
What Joe said, if you don't vote for me, you're not
You're
black.
not black.
Yeah, he did.
Wait a minute.
No,
So
he did.
we have a test. We have a test in school. You gotta choose an answer because if you don't, you get a 0.
Right.
It's not like if you don't choose this answer, then they make you choose another.
You get it or you don't.
Don't.
Yeah, now, you remember Joe Biden back in the day? He did that speech. They talk about we're not having no more niggers.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh no, I wasn't.
I got precept. Oh.
Ezekiel 24:6. Wherefore thus saith the Lord Yahweh, go to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece.
This is what Isaiah was prophesying. Isaiah 47:1. When it was talking about come down, sit in the dust, burn the daughters of Babylon, lift up the skirt, uncover thy secret parts, bring it out piece by piece. That's why when you read Jeremiah 28:8, it says the prophets of old prophesied against great kingdoms, against war, disease, and pestilence, right? Or war and pestilence, right? And what you see now, all these things we're prophesying against. And the biggest pestilence is that devil right there, man.
I got the definition of scum.
It say, look on the bottom of a tub, it's dirty. Where there's the Ajax.
You got the Ajax.
That's old school. Get that scrub brother. Inside the tub. Yeah, you got that soap, babe. Might go cap full of pines all in there.
You be so dirty that shit
Still, yeah.
God damn, this shit ain't coming out.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. When it gets so bad, you got to just replace the whole tub.
Gotcha.
You got to call back fitters.
Yeah.
So we the fitters, man. We got to clean this shit up, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Say the definition was scum in Merriam-Webster.
Oh,
An extraneous matter or impurities rising to or formed on the surface of a liquid often is a foul, filmy cover. Like that.
Man, they talk about. My question is, they came out with an article about that water. They said it's another unknown substance floating around in the water. How the fuck you know that? There's so much shit in that water. Like, how the hell you know that?
I heard on you somebody just got sick behind the water. On the ocean.
Oh man,
Dang.
you remember when we walked over there?
Yeah,
Man, it was still smelling like dead bodies. Still stinking,
it smelled like that.
When I was young, I used to go swim out at Rehoboth Beach, Ocean City, the ocean. And I used to swim way out there, man. And it was safe. Only thing you had to worry about, the Edomites is getting stung by the jellyfish. We never got stung.
Yeah. Why is
The
that?
jellyfish is like, man, you dead in the water. You gotta clean this shit up. So them Edomites, when they go out there, they look at the dead flesh.
Yeah.
That's why the crabs start biting on them and shit.
Yeah.
They did.
The sharks and stuff.
They open, yeah.
The girl got her arm bit off.
Yeah.
Girl.
When I was out there, something hit me. I don't know what it was. Boom. So it was coming at full speed. Man, that shit hit me, man. I was way out in the ocean.
Oh man.
And something hit me like boom. I kind of went off balance in the water. And I tell you that there's different streams of water in the ocean. You can feel the currents.
Yeah,
And this big shit came by.
dang.
And I'm like, and then it hit a wave, and you lose sense of direction. So if it wasn't for that wave coming back down, I wouldn't know where I was. So I saw the people, they looked like they're tiny and shit. I said, let me swim on back.
Yeah.
So I just got hit by something and was trying to figure out who I was.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But if I was an Edomite, I might have been gone.
You
I might not have
ready to be here today.
I don't know. They ain't out there. Hey, so
I don't know if they like. Damn.
That's what. And you know, we do swim contests, floating contests, right? And women always won that shit.
I got the rest of the definition. Go ahead. Right, second definition. It says a low, vile, or worthless person or group of people. So what did it say again? It say a low, vile, or worthless person or group of people.
Now, what scriptures should come to mind? That's easy. What did it say again?
It says a low, vile, or worthless person or group of people.
What scripture goes into a vile person? That's easy.
I got one. Even before that, Romans. Yep. Verse.
I'm talking about what? Wow. Job, man. Job 30 and 5.
Oh, yeah, Job. Yep.
I was thinking about the main person. Hebrews 12. Yep. He's a base man. He's violent in the earth.
Oh, it went into that. That's why before you even got your definition, I was kind of
Job 35 is going to come right to mind.
Yep.
A base man.
That's yep. Oh, this is the book of Psalms.
That's all right. No, it's something with Steve.
But it's the book of Psalms because it goes into the line and the lines of it. That's why I wanted to get that real quick. The book of Psalms, chapter 12, verse 8. The wicked walk on every side when the violent men are exalted. That's a good one too. That's why I was thinking.
That goes to Proverbs 29 and 2.
So yeah.
When Gad had this area before Esau took over, it was salmon in that actual pit. Yeah. Ain't nothing in there now but crab.
In the
Yep.
It was salmon in there?
Yep. Probably about 700 years.
Proverbs 29 and 2. Again, this goes all around in Christianity. Proverbs 29 and 1. And a few brothers got something to say.
I remember when this the thing, virus first broke out, everything was going back to normal. Like the air was looking more better.
You had animals that was walking the cities and stuff because it wasn't people walking around no more.
Yeah.
Animals was coming from out the mountains. So
like, we from man. You know what I hear people say? I hear Jake say this mostly. We had our turn as mankind. We destroyed the earth. We made it bad for them. No, not we, them devils, man.
Right.
I'm saying us. You helped. You left your Burger King bags on the side of the road. Yeah, you helped.
Y'all eat up all the crabs.
But look who fed us that shit.
Yeah.
We don't get a Chick-fil-A bag unless you go to Chick-fil-A and buy the shit. Exactly. You know? Yeah. It's all sick, man. And then they pollute the food. And then they got to promote commercials for women constipation. You know how you constipated? Because you keep eating that shit. How you know Chick-fil-A see most of the women with them big bags of Chick-fil-A? Your stomach doesn't have that compound to break that shit down like that.
Trying to tell these people going to fast.
They use their fucking mouth. They going to the fast right on up the street.
My brother did a video in the letters. The lady threw out the letters.
Yeah.
The rest of it. And she left it out there for, I think, about a couple of days. But it was supposed to deteriorate. She picked it up, it was paper. So now the letters that they feeding us, the vegetation is paper. GMO, fake food.
They show you that with Moab. Moab had lettuce that they have.
Yeah, when you go in the store, they have something called Whole Foods. Yeah, Whole Foods Health. Right?
One right down there.
Right. I'm talking about when you go like say Giant.
Oh, okay.
Or say organic.
Oh, okay.
So what the hell is the other shit?
Right. You know, organic. You know? It's even organic. I keep bringing it up. Organic doesn't even taste like real shit, man.
How we have some organic stuff, man? That's why I had some organic potatoes, tomatoes. Yeah, I like, God damn, that shit was nasty.
We tomatoes. The real tomatoes.
Oh, yeah.
Real tomatoes.
Oh, it's different.
Yeah.
That's it. And I don't even like tomatoes. To be honest, I don't like them like that.
You do when you grow.
When you grow, man,
It's sweet, ain't it?
Oh, it's different.
It's watermelon.
We grew watermelon.
Oh man, you got
you never tasted real watermelon.
Oh man,
wow.
It's the seeds. It's seeds in them.
Yeah.
Now they don't have no black seeds. Used to have. Used to like spit out the seeds.
For one, this profane guy,
not allowing the earth to rest. You don't know how to. You don't know how to take care of the earth. No. That's a scripture where you got to get what every 7 years.
Yeah, you know why?
Land Sabbath.
Yeah, the land Sabbath. He's not doing the land Sabbath. That's one of the things. The bees aren't pollinating things like they used to. They hoarding all the bees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, you should get stung by bees. You don't even get stung by them no more. You don't
They're
even.
supposed to be flying around right now.
Yeah, the yellow
They're not
jackets,
even doing it.
the hornets and the cicadas used to fight and fall out the trees. You know that?
Yeah. You know why? You know why that is? Because you have, like the earth is with gold and silver, right? You have, you have what you call colonial gold, colonial silver. You all heard of that? That's among the earth.
Okay.
Remember, our bodies, like our blood is like iron. If you ever taste your blood, it's like iron. It even smells like iron.
Yeah.
We're made up of minerals and water, right? So what happens with the land Sabbaths, when they decide to not let the earth heal, they lose what you call the enzyme, the natural repellents. This is why when they grow this food now, the insects attack it because there's no natural repellent. There was no such thing in the ancient times. You had to spray all these chemicals. Insecticide, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't let the land heal, it automatically comes to the natural repellent. So when a tomato or apple falls off the vine, then it starts to deteriorate, and then the insects go to eat it. But you know why they eat it?
Wow.
They eat it on the vine because they think it's dead.
Wow.
Right?
That's
why they eat it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the natural enzymes to protect it. Almost like insects are stinging us like crazy because you think your ass dead. When they went over there in the Vietnam War, you know why they would stand the mosquitoes and turn them Edomites up?
Why?
Because they're death. You can smell them. The mosquitoes are smelling their blood.
Oh my goodness.
And the Vietnamese, they was down with that garlic, that natural repellent. They knew. And Jake, we wasn't getting malaria like that. It was them Edomites. Ain't nothing natural about them, man. You know?
Tomatoes, for example, Now, tomato sauce, right, is supposed to be water. Ketchup is not watery, really. Now, I can't really eat tomato because I get a reaction out of it. But I can eat ketchup
because of the sugar. First of all, this is some real shit. See how sick Esau is. Years ago, me and my brother, we used to rake leaves. We gave up powers. And we always buy oatmeal pies. I know everybody had them. But
yeah. Yeah.
Right? They real sweet. And that sugar's too bitter.
Oh, yeah.
Did y'all read the ingredients of that?
No.
It has nothing to do with oatmeal. What? You don't know how I think about it.
Right.
There's no oatmeal in it at all.
Yeah.
Bullshit, you're not. They had to made up manipulated flavors to make oatmeal. To make it taste like oatmeal.
Man, I'm disappointed, man. All them oatmeal pies I done went through thinking I was getting oatmeal.
No, it makes sense, though. I used to eat the hell out of them things, man.
Them zebra
I
cakes.
stopped buying them because you eat one, it make you want to eat
another
two,
Yeah.
The whole box gone.
Yeah.
Them zebra cakes.
Zebra cakes.
Yeah.
Another. The honey buns.
Yep.
Sticky buns.
The chocolate juniors.
The singers. All that.
They probably don't even got no honey in the honey
But
bun.
they were good back in the 90s and the 80s. That sugar now that you eat, that shit burns your tongue, man. That shit ain't even real sugar. It's a processed sugar. And remember, that's what we was going into when they came over here down in Brazil, the conquistadors. And with India, they set up a company and they harvested sugar off the slaves and in Jamaica. Sugar was the shit.
Yeah.
The Edomites loved sugar. That was the flavor in the food.
Oh, they got
like antiques and shit.
Domino's sugar, which is right across this water. They said that they ran out of the natural product of sugar, so they try to find different ways of making new sugar. That's why when you read
they already did.
It say sugar, and then it say added sugar.
Yeah.
And it said it'd be like 110% added sugar or something like that because they're trying to make up for the fact that they lost
the actual, the natural sugar.
There's a lot of juices.
Insect saliva.
Yeah, it's also a fecal bacteria. Yeah. Like you talk about aspartame? Yeah, that shit causes brain tumors and shit. Damn, fucking, and then they got that sucralose, alcohol, sugar. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Lab-grown meat. People should automatically see that something's wrong with that. Lab-grown meat, they grow in these little plastic dish. It's almost like the size of a bologna piece, right? Now, what it does is it mimics the carbons of the meat of an actual animal, but it's artificial. It's fake. So it makes it somewhat look better and taste somewhat better with sugars and salts and all kinds of other processed materials. Yeah, man. All they got to do, this devil, keep cutting something. He can't rest until he delivers something when it hurt, man. It's something, something like this. This ain't nothing but money, women, and that's all it is. Keep it simple. It's real sweet. It tastes damn good. That's all it is. It's simple, But this devil has to go and believe every goddamn thing, man. He can't rest, until he destroyed the nation of Israel, which ain't gonna happen. That's right. That's why he's trying to go to the other planets. Destroy them too.
We don't know, even though we ain't gonna have to. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about. I was just thinking about that. That's Ezekiel.
Ezekiel. Yeah, I can say it every time I hear this.
Well, our bodies, we gonna have new bodies. Now we ain't gonna have to worry about eating. But we'll actually know what it actually feels like to have roast. Yeah, we got to eat. Like remember back in the day, you get a bag of chips, you have a decent sized amount. Now you get airbag.
Yeah.
They was doing that back then though.
But now they doing it. It's getting worse.
Yeah.
It's waxing worse and worse.
Yeah.
Well, that's all the signs of the portion. You see the little hamburgers and shit?
Yeah.
Get that to a Tyler.
The Big Mac, it ain't even the Big Mac. Oh, I don't even eat that.
Make it wonder.
Yeah.
How these people walking around like big ass old man. Like goddamn. That's because of food malnutrition. It is when you're dealing with nutrition is what really kills you. And I think all of us are pretty much malnutrition.
Okay.
You get them people like super obese, and malnutrition. We are too. Because what happens when you eat McDonald's, it passes through. That's why you get hungry in an hour, because there's no nutrition. Your stomach has matter that's linked to your brain, and it's a shut-off switch on and off. And when you're eating defiled food, there's no nutrition, which comes from nutrients. So you don't have the nutrients that you need, and that causes you to eat more. You're supposed to be like energetic, you're supposed to gain energy. Right. Shit like that. You feel like you're about to damn near pass out.
It's supposed to, we were just talking about it. It's supposed to be like fuel, like and your body burns it off and use it. But it's like the elder said, it just go right through. And fat.
Yeah, another thing is that fact that another thing is when you eat, there's a shut-off switch to say you're full. And if the food is not nutritious, it's going to keep telling you you're hungry, you need to eat. So you're already full, but you keep eating. So then you put on more calories, and you poop and piss out the rest.
Yeah.
And so you start gaining weight.
Yeah.
With less nutrition.
Yeah.
And that's all from defiled food.
There's no real fiber in the food.
You gotta get.
You gotta
get something.
Right.
You gotta get magnesium.
Yeah.
I guarantee you go to the doctor.
Dang.
You get a lab work. They'll say you vitamin D deficient. And I work in the sun. I'm in the sun. How the hell am I vitamin D deficient? Why? Because the food is not allowing my body to obtain nutrients. That's why they had you mask up and stay inside the house. Because that vitamin D is what pretty much kills that shit they put out here, man.
Yeah.
Stay in. Don't go out. Mask up. So your body will go to breathe. You're destroying your immune system, man. And it works. It works.
So today, Elder Prophet, this is killing some stuff right now, right? My son is killing some stuff right now, right?
Oh yeah,
We getting some good food.
we're getting good. Yeah,
Getting good right now.
Yep.
All right,
But remember, that's why they make vampire movies, right? Esau, right?
Right.
Because he doesn't. The son doesn't do well with him.
It's
Right.
just like radiation. You know, radiation. You got natural radiation we get from the sun. The sun gets all radiation.
That's what's up.
You know,
That's what's up.
but shit, we just getting out too much of it, like these phones, you know, the TVs and everything out here, you know.
Yeah, radiation radicalizes your blood cells.
Yep. So radiation is really good, but too much of it is bad. Like those radios.
The way.
That's what I mean. Like you put it up to your ear, even though it's speakers, you know, you look at it, you know, you rotate it, you know, the TVs, game consoles, shit like that. You know, cars, you know. We literally get too much of radiation, and it's messing everything up, man. And it's unnatural. Right?
Yeah, anything electronic that gives off heat is radiation. You can get a Geiger counter. Geiger counter. It's called a Geiger counter. You can download that from your Play Store. And you can put it up and shit. They got radiation. It's like,
Wow.
No shit. I did it. And I found out the TV had a certain amount of radiation, and the things you think don't have a lot of radiation do. That's why everybody got cancer. Anyway, let me get this scripture real quick. You gotta go back to the scriptures. Ezekiel 4:13. It says, "And the Lord said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles. Whither will I drive them?"
Yeah, because when you go through the refrigerator or the pantry of these people that walk by, all type of pork, you know, they don't care about, you know, the fact that all these people are like, you know, got parasites in them. All the food that they eat, you know, eat the seafood spot, oysters and crabs and shrimp, all that stuff got parasites in it. You know, you know, all the, now that's on that the left hand side. These people already eat those things with that stuff. I mean, that's it. Yeah, they don't care about health. These people don't care about health. You know, they live to eat. Whatever they know. You know, you got people that actually eat isopods. They are a parasite. They're bugs. They're parasites and whales about probably this big. So what now? You know what I'm saying? You can tell when people don't care about health when they eat an actual parasite. That's about this size. What a big ass isopod. You know? Yeah.
Leave it to the Moabites. They eat
Anything.
Damn, anything in the water that comes up, it can be slimy. They don't care. They'll make a delicacy out of it and shit.
They don't even eat it a while.
Well, they're incest children. What you expect? They came off incest.
I just learned
That's why they got that chatter.
Yeah.
I just learned that
That's
today.
a fact.
I just learned that today.
What's that?
What you just said from young. About I didn't know that. I didn't know that happened. Oh, incest.
No,
I didn't know they came to
Oh,
learned that.
That's
yeah.
You got
which is
Q-Dog. Let me see.
they escaped from Sodom, Gomorrah. When they had left, you know, that's when Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt.
Okay, right.
And he kept on running with his daughters.
Oh, okay.
And they ended up in the cave, and they had, you know, got their father in trouble. So one of his daughters had Moab, and another daughter had Ammon. And the Moabites are the so-called Chinese, and the Ammonites are the so-called Japanese.
So why is this relevant?
Yeah.
It's put in the Bible for a reason. Why won't Christians go into that? They have no answer for that. They'll just say, "Oh, that was it," and they were done away with it. Feels it on out. Everything written aforetime is what I learned today. Is Paul said in Romans 15:4. Yep. Everything is written aforetime is what I learned. So yes, all that matters. This is why when you go to a church and you have a so-called Bible study, they're just preaching the good news of Jesus. Notice that they don't preach anything else. They say nothing. It's because of us that they're learning a lot of things now.
Right.
You notice some Christians now are saying a lot. You know?
Yeah, because we explained why the so-called Chinese people look the way they do. You know what I'm saying? We just said it.
incest.
Wow.
You know, why the so-called white man look the way he do. You know, the mark of Cain. You know, which is passed on down to Esau, Edom. You know, we explain all these things. Why the so-called Arabs are the way that they are. You know, why we are in the condition that we are in as a people. The Bible explains all that stuff.
And we can get that if you want to get that.
Yeah.
Mark of Cain and all that. That's in the scriptures.
What's that? Genesis,
the 4th chapter.
Yeah. Somebody can get that?
About the 15th verse.
Yeah. And that one, that scripture coincides with Job 32. You know, Job 30. Yep. This is Job. No, it's going
That reminds me of, I don't know where it starts.
maybe like 15.
Yeah, it's
Just on it now.
It's the book of Genesis chapter.
Book of Genesis chapter 4 verse 9. It says, and the Lord said unto Cain. Well, they would never read this in the Christian church.
Right.
It says, and the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel, thy brother? And he said, I know not. I am my brother's, it said, am I my brother's keeper? Right? Pretty much, you know. Do I gotta look at the hill? Who the hell is responsible? Am I responsible?
He got smart with the most.
Yeah. It said, and he said, yep, verse 10, it said, and he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. You know what's funny? The Lord already knew.
Yeah.
He said, what has thou done? He already called him to do it.
Yeah.
Man, the Lord is something, man.
yeah, that's scary, man.
Like you
Yeah.
don't know,
That's scary,
like,
bro.
that's like the Lord coming to you saying,
Yeah.
man, why did you do that?
Right.
You know,
Right.
Yeah.
you put the spirit on me to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But we humble, we'll say,
Yeah, I did.
when I was wicked,
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
wicked.
take the spirit off me, Heavenly
Right.
Father. I was wicked.
There's no use of lying to him.
Yeah,
You know,
you
you know
already
what you know, and
Yeah.
you know and think what you're gonna think before the second you think it.
Right.
Man, who you playing with, man? This guy's no joke.
Right, because the reason why I did that, because upon writing the book, you got to have the answers and the solutions all rolling in together. So you got to create the situation, solve the situation, come up with the salvation.
Brilliant.
You know?
And that's,
Brilliant.
that's,
You're brilliant,
He's on
man.
another level.
Yeah,
brilliant.
brilliancy.
that show you that.
Not my carnal
No,
definition of brilliant, but I'm just saying, as far as my old peanut mind,
Yeah.
all I can say is brilliant.
Brilliant.
But I know he's millions away from that.
Trillion.
See, all right, I'm still out here.
You talk about order out of, you know, what's on the money, you know, order out of chaos and shit like that. Look, we give Esau credit for being the devil, honestly, but that's as far as it goes. All right, but we don't even give Esau the credit for that either, because the Lord is the one that made the wicked for the day of evil, right? Proverbs 16, right? So you talk about order out of chaos, that's the Lord doing that. Everybody talk about you know they're gonna depopulate the earth. Man, no, the Lord is gonna be doing the depopulation, man. You know?
You can't have the elect. You can't have the elect without a non-elect. That's real talk. The only way you can have an elect is having a corrupt. You know? How you gonna be elected if everybody righteous?
Right.
Right.
The scriptures, it talks about, I think it's in Deuteronomy, where it says that the Lord, he hears the cries of our people who are going through tribulation.
Yeah, that's also in
And that's when he hears our constant cries out to him, then that's when the Lord
what
is
we
like,
come to say.
all right, you know what, it's time for you to get my cries.
You can see that in Numbers as well. Joshua, yeah. Go ahead.
He's flying out now, right?
Yeah,
That's what we're doing.
yeah. But there's also one that said the cries have been heard unto the Lord of Sabaoth, where it says the Lord Sabaoth is the Lord of armies.
You know? It also says in Revelation, saints crying out to the Lord.
Yep.
Blood of the saints. So it's all through the Bible.
They say, when you gonna take this devil down? No.
Yeah, Isaac Hayes and them said, hey man, this devil gotta go down.
because you just said that in Revelation. That's what Cain, Abel blood was doing.
Even the Jakes that's dead. Yeah, the Jakes that's in the spirit world, they crying.
They know they Israelites.
Yeah. Abel was crying to find out. Man, this guy, this is the first murder that ever happened. Like, Abel went to the Lord, man. This goddamn brother,
He killed me.
I did the right thing for you, Lord. This goddamn nigga killed me, man.
Yeah.
He was black.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
David.
This goddamn nigga killed me. He
Right.
was mad.
Right.
Jacob. It's Jacob. That's Jacob.
It's verse 11. It says, and now art thou cursed from the earth, which have opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thine hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
That's by the food.
How is having melanin a curse? When it protects you from the harmful rays of the sun. Another thing it protects you from is frost. That's what it's there for. Believe it or not. Think about it. When you have no melanin, your blood is showing through. I can't understand why they like the cold climate so much.
Yeah.
It ain't good for them either. Like the Eskimoians, they were dark.
That's pretty much why you're only your hands.
Well, the reason why your hands and your feet are cold is the body draws the blood, leaves from your extremities to protect major organs.
We call that
Yeah.
Another thing too, to show you that melanin is a curse, when they put on sunscreen and you put a light to it, that's a form of synthetic melanin.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they say black light.
That he's trying to protect. You don't see it. Right. Some of them probably wear sunscreen right now. You know? But black light, they look just like a black.
Yeah, the skin is the largest organ on the body. So you want to tell me the Lord sent his son down here with the largest organ on the body that's transparent?
Right.
Get the hell out of here. Not a sick. So really it's like a blanket for the rest of your body, a protection.
Wow.
That's why we don't get the skin cancer. Well, some of us do now. We're defiled. But for the most part, even the white people that look white, that are Israelites, they had some. Right? We're not talking about red, but the melanin protects you. Your skin protects you from harmful dust, rays, heat, cold, all brutal environments. You know, that's what it protects you from. And then they had the hairy Edomites. That's why they would have all the hair on their chest and all that shit from the caves. You know, because the Lord didn't totally wipe out everything. He did give them a bunch of hair. It looked like goddamn monkeys.
That makes sense though. The Jakes, that Israelites that will have a little milk because they come from the seed.
Yep.
So everything is in the seed.
Yep.
You know.
I mean, they still came from Isaac.
Yeah.
You know. So that's how they get warm with their hair. You know. And they decided, hey, hair warming me. Let's get more furs and throw hair around them.
Yeah.
But really, we're the strong, dominant species on the planet.
Yeah.
We're stronger in everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We have the complexion.
Yeah.
We have the strength.
Yes.
You know. You see a Edomite that's 50, they look like they 70.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
never heard the term black don't crack?
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
Except some of them Hamites. They crack all the little. No, I'm just joking.
No, but you're right. They look at the man she has. They look like.
But I mean, as far as the Edomites, they cracked up, man. They get old before they, like, you have a beautiful model
Yes.
that's like 15, right? Which proves that it's about youth. When you're 13 years old, that's when you're supposed to be ready for sex. 12,
That's right.
13.
That's right.
See, they say in society, a 13-year-old girl ain't ready for sex, but they modeling her ass in string bikinis, right? So then they 13 years old, they looking all beautiful. Then you see the cover girl, like 50 years later, they look all busted up and shit.
You know, they just change different laws. Different states have different laws.
Right, according to age.
Yeah.
Right. They just changed the law in Maryland of when a woman can get married from 15 to 17. They just changed that last week.
Well, who wants to get married now?
Right.
But they say that they have to get.
Well, who they gonna marry?
Right.
She's 15, because that doesn't make sense.
Right.
If she's 15, she can't be with a 19-year-old. That's statutory rape. So I'm kind of confused about that. How the hell? Look, you're 15 years old. You're allowed to have sex with a 17-year-old young man, right? But then, if you're 15-year-old, you can't have sex with a 30-year-old man. What's the difference? Wait a minute. I thought women were strong. We were all equal, so they should be able to make their own decision. Right. So what is the difference between them having sex with a 17-year-old man and a 30-year-old man? She still made a decision to be able to have sex. So she's only able to make the decision with a 17-year-old young man, but not a 25-year-old man? And then, by the way, they're getting popped by a lot of old people.
Anyway. Yeah.
In the minds of these people, they think it's 18. The 18 is the age for somebody to legally do whatever. You know? But they didn't change it to 18. It went from 15 to 17 in Maryland. You know? So where these people get the idea of 18 from? What, 2, 3 years different? Yeah. All of that comes from so-called white. That's like
right.
Right. The so-called white man is changing things. It's 14 in another place, you know, that did never change.
But do you know if you're 19 years old and you still live with your mother? I found this out by my sons, right? If you're 19-year-old, you still live with your mother, and you're still in school, he doesn't have complete rights over pretty much anything. It's still on that mother. But I thought when you're 18,
you're right. You don't
exempt.
if you're exempt.
Well, wait a minute. You can get drafted if a war came out, but you can't drink. Get the fuck out of here. Isaiah 10:1.
Let's go. 12-year-old, 13-year-old got like a daughter got pregnant, and they had a child, and they went to go take their child to the doctor's appointment. The doctors consider that woman an adult now. That 13-year-old that's pregnant, because they have a child. That mother cannot come in there and say, "My daughter," you know, they can't do that because now that they had that child, they're considered an adult now. That we got the nose of Louis
You almost smile. We say, "Yeah, they smile at that shit." They love being talked about. Go ahead, Isaiah 10:1.
Isaiah 10:1.
They went on that shit, jacked up there. You know, but they were doing it, and then the black woman is liberated doing that shit. We're going to get that too at Amos 7:17.
Let's go.
Yeah, Amos 7:17.
It says, "Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decree, and that right grievousness which they prescribe."
That's decree is like when they did to Moses, when they wanted to kill the firstborn son, all that. Pharaoh put out a decree after who's that? Joseph died. The Pharaoh came on the scene and wreaked havoc, man. You know, and put in decrees to kill the sons, the firstborn sons of Israel. Sons.
We populating.
He said, "Let the woman live."
Yeah.
Right.
And you know how they doing that again? Turn plant hood.
Yeah. Because the woman is what is spoils of war. So they look at her as we can mate with her or use her as, you know, the bed wench or whatever, and kill off the men.
Yeah, because they got laws now where after the woman had the child, I think it's a couple months after, they can still abort the baby. Even after they gave birth to the baby, the woman can still abort the baby even after they gave birth. It's crazy. Yeah. Because they don't. The Planned Parenthood is trying to say, oh, she's not ready for it. she pretty much didn't want it. Like I think it's like 5 or 6 months after the baby.
Keep your damn leg closed in.
Yeah, you heard about that, right? What's that? Where after the woman has the baby, in a couple months they can still abort the baby.
I ain't never heard about that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, they just passed it.
said what?
They just passed it.
They just passed
I
it.
think up to 5 months now. It's terrible.
Again, I have thought I was in that. Give me the people controlling the money. I don't give a fuck who make the laws. That's going back to Agenda 21. That's population control.
Yeah.
But they've managed to make unethical things ethical, or immoral things moral. That's the journal said. Isaiah 29:16. Get that with that.
Actually, just a woman that guy saw with a pair of pants on.
Yeah. They can make a law to hump on your car and have sex and commemorate the marriage to you and your car. You know what people say? All the rights of his own, to each his own. Yeah. That's the worst thing I've ever said, man. Everybody do what the hell they want to do. Remember that Humpty Man in Digital Underground? Everybody do what you like.
Yeah, do what you like. Yeah, do what.
You know that was a bad spell. I remember a part of that song. The kid came up, Dad, can I eat ice cream? He said, kid, eat what you like.
Yeah, he did say that. Jay-Z said it. You can do bounce if you want to bounce, ball if you want to ball, kill if you want to kill, loke if you want to loke. It's all right. You heard me? It's all right. Remember that? Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
That was one too.
Like you was our will. I wonder why we blowing each other away and shit.
Isaiah 29:16. Know that thus saith the Lord of the king that sit on
16. Yeah, surely it is.
Isaiah.
You're the wrong book. Oh, Isaiah. Because they're in that spirit of doing whatever the hell you want to do.
Nobody want to call the law. Call you Christian. Walk throughout the law. Don't worry about it. Come as you want. Do as you will. You know, where the scriptures did it say that? Nowhere in the scriptures did it say that. You're supposed to be looking for sinful for the Lord. You know?
Yeah.
Jeremiah 29:16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be as esteemed as the potter's clay. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made it not?
Makes easier potter's clay. That's why when you go to Jeremiah 10, it's all about learn not the way of the heathen, and to be not as made at the Christmas tree and all that. Both having them saying that ain't talking about a Christmas tree. I don't know where to get that from. But first of all, it was never called a Christmas tree, right? It was a Babylonian idol, and nothing to do with Christmas. It's where Christmas was made off of that, right? Which there's no such thing as a Christmas. Well, Christmas means Christ is dead. That's what Christ Mass means, like a mass shooting. So Christmas is just a form of the Babylonian worship of Semiramis and Nimrod. Cutting the tree down and decking it with silver and gold, hanging their heads on it, on the light, on the bulbs and shit like that. That was one of the examples of going back of being hung on trees. So whenever you get hung on a tree, it's being sacrificed to taboos of Babylonian deities. And that's what they did to Yahushua. That's why Yahushua will come back. The so-called black Jesus. The so-called black Jesus is going to come back. So-called black savior, Yahushua. Because they got to pay for what they did. No way around that. Our women are looking to be put in order, man, but they're free to run. Right? Really, in that spirit, they're looking to. They don't want to get up and go to fucking work every day, man.
Right.
You really think about it.
They don't. That's all they have to think about. They don't even want to get up and do their hair. So
Hey,
well, but they don't understand they're oppressed.
Yeah.
Along with us.
It was,
But they
separate their oppression from our oppression. Because they got the goods, and in their mind, the man ain't do for you. I got to do what I got to do. Well, you know what you got to do since you in power? Help take some of that money and build your family. Help your man. Boom. Give his ass the check. Give his ass the downloaded money, man.
That's what they won't do that. You know, that's why I was saying earlier, these women that walk around with these sorority shirts on, you know, they real lonely. You know, and then to try to get a man on the status that these women are on, you're never gonna find that, man. You know? And what is that? 10%. You can go into that stuff, the high value there because you have a certain amount of money, you know? But they're not looking for you to get those type of, you know, freaked out and all that stuff. Men are status ain't looking for that.
Can I bring this out when you get a chance? Salakia. I'm gonna bring. Yeah, this is the. It says Maryland House Speaker Adrian Jones last week. She will most likely push legislation to protect abortion rights in Maryland Constitution while legal up to the 25th week of pregnancy. Maryland allows exceptions for fetal abnormality.
See, but what they don't know, it's more than 5.
Oh, that's it. So 25 weeks. That's
like 5 months.
That's like 5, yeah.
So the Lord got the devil, the Lord got everybody in the trick back, like we were saying earlier. That baby that they just killed, so-called, the Lord is the one that did that. Why? Because of the past. He's not looking at little 2-year-old or little 5-month-year-old. He's looking at that same spirit that committed that sin. That's what he's looking at. They do devils ain't in control of shit, but it's still wicked, man. And but you know, all we can do is praise the Lord Yahweh Shel Shah. Why? Because that's closer to the society going down, man. That's not, you know, we ain't gonna be walking around miserable about it, you know, because we know this that we're gonna be enjoying our children. You know, we're gonna be enjoying our women, we're gonna enjoy our children at the end of all this bullshit. All right? But this must come to pass, man. This has to happen.
Yeah, but we on the flip side is to balance everything. We must sign property.
Well, that's yeah, I know. Yeah, that's not
right,
what, you know.
we understand why.
Yeah.
Now, and I think that's still talking about why they carrying the term. You know, I don't think that's talking about after baby 5 months after they deliver them. They can take them and
that's what it said it in there.
Oh, I doubt that. They talking about after term. We don't want to lie on them. We just want to tell the truth, you know.
Oh yeah, why is it?
They're still in the stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think they, you know, people have a fit about that, man. Yeah. Baby 5 months old, you pushing in the stroller, you can do damn baby and shit.
Oh yeah,
don't be surprised they might come up with that too.
Right. No, this still in the
still in the term.
Yeah.
Still pregnant.
This place, it's still wicked though.
Yeah.
But these people, they do that type of shit anyway. You know?
Well, they steal them and do that, but they do it under a different banner. They don't make it a law. You know what I'm saying? But they take the children and, you know, a lot of stuff we can't say. Yeah, we can't say on camera.
Like when David Rockefeller, where you at? Yeah, this guy when he before he passed away, you had the girls that was going missing. A lot of girls was going missing around that time. You know, he had heart. This is not the first time that has happened. You know, before you go into surgery, they start looking for different hearts and stuff like that for him, man. You know? But that esteem is the potter's clay. That's also in I think it's Romans. It said one vessel for honor, one for dishonor. You know, because you said what? That's Romans 9, right?
Yeah, let's go back talking about Jacob and Esau.
It's the
9 and 11.
If you ever dealt with like ceramics or dealing with like the pot, you mold it to how you want to deal with it. You know? And that's what the Lord made. He made Esau. It's like that he made Esau to be that vessel of dishonor.
Oh, you get it. Romans 9:11.
At the end of the day,
all this stuff is based off of the Lord's will, His election, what He wants to happen, what He wants to accomplish.
Yes.
You know, so a lot of people they'll look at us and they'll get mad at the things we say, but at the end of the day, it's all because of what the Lord always wants. You know, so when it comes down to somebody that's a flame or want to change their gender, the Lord calls you to do that. You know what I'm saying? We don't get mad at these people about that. You know, we can just you want to do what you're supposed to do. That the Lord makes you do. All right, y'all gonna talk about it. Y'all gonna talk about it. Sorry, to be changed.
Yeah.
So for why?
We gotta get that. That's Samuel L. Jackson with the. We gotta get that picture.
Yeah.
They was asking if they could be in our video.
How you gonna be in the motion picture? We
Ooh,
can see that in the book of Joel, the 3rd chapter.
Wow.
You're gonna be in the motion.
We shouldn't even have to ask.
You're gonna be in the motion picture.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. How they go by, just like that freak Edomite went by, the woman the same goddamn way. They don't give a damn about this, they just see black. You know, stress. Even our women sometimes come out. I remember our women, that woman came up, and I said, what you up here for, man? You just see a bunch of black men speaking strength and good things. She said, remember that? She said, yeah, that's the truth. You don't give a damn about that. It's something new. What are these other jakes doing, man? Yeah. You're not bringing nothing.
Yeah.
And then all the other jakes, they come up, you know what they come up for? And the man I'm trying to confound up.
Yeah.
I'm just here to learn.
Yeah.
Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Why you always talking? They're always here to learn, but they're always speaking. Next time they do that, holy Ecclesiastes 5 on them, man. All right, go ahead. Only 11. We had 8 and 5 for this one. I mean 7 and 17 for this one.
This is Roman.
Was down 21? Down 21.
This is Romans 9 and 21.
Now we can't sit up there and say they're going to be good wives to the kingdom. What? What are they talking about? Black women talking about being good wives? They have a fit. But we tell a white woman, you're going to be a concubine, a servant. And then being a concubine has orders to it. It's not all about just sex slave and shit like that. Now wash my damn car. Go ahead.
Yeah. Or they're going to help the black woman out.
Yep.
The black woman going to be bossing them and what?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, our women going to be, especially the Judite woman, the most rebellious. It's going to be the one to be with.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right, because they're going to turn that
That's
rebellion.
a sight to see.
And they're going to flip that rebellion against us on the white man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's gonna be a sight to see.
That's gonna be take care of them, like that. You know, it was raising women too. And all far as the wives, you had the concubines, and like I said, they would help. They would, you know, the wives would be in charge of them, and they would, you know, be like the wives' servants pretty much. Oh man, that's a perfect
Yeah. It's gonna be a sight to see.
Man, I drink to that. I remember I went to this is years ago. I was way before I came to. I went to a doctor's office, and I called the man's name out. His name was Doctor something. I can't remember his name. And I called his name out, and the black woman looked at me. That's Doctor. Remember, he's a doctor. Call him by his right name.
Wow.
And that's how it's going to be with us.
Yeah.
They call us out our name, the black woman, Israelite woman.
Yeah.
That's sir to you.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
sir, such and such and such.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Or Malak, such and such.
Yeah.
Malak. Surname such and such.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But they can't look at us like that because we don't have any power.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Because when you see them, you see the black woman. That's all the image of the white woman. That's all you see. You see black women trying to be white.
Yeah.
They don't even love them damn selves, man.
They trying to talk like them, emulate them all the way down.
Oh
to
man,
the
nothing like an educated black woman trying to talk.
An educated black woman.
The
thing is, I even pay them no attention.
Yeah.
No, we don't pay them attention.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, brother.
This is Romans 9:21. Has not the potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor?
Go back to Romans 9:13 and then jump to that.
That's funny. Yesterday,
Stick around.
it's funny. Yesterday, I was making clay pots.
Nope.
Class. Romans 9:13. Yep. This is Romans 9:13. It says, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. That's also Malachi.
Romans 9:13.
Boom. You got some Edomites that will say, I never had slaves before. You know, right. But even if they did, you know, and undo it. You got to pay as a nation. Scripture says that. You're a freaking Edomite.
Yep.
Right. Just like if you're a Moabite, you're a Moabite. Oh, yeah. There you go, Moab. Yeah. Hey.
Moab.
This is Momo.
That was good.
Whatever you are. Whatever,
He might not be.
Yeah. Whatever you are, whatever nation you fall under, you're going to have to fall under the judgments of that nation. It says that in what Job 34, 29. Oh, boy, I remember 1,000 of the scriptures. That was always, you can't escape that, man. You know, us as a nation of Israel, we still suffering. You know, even though some of our people trying to escape the curses, you still under the curses, man. You know, look at Will Smith. All that money, he's still under the curses, right?
Yeah.
He's still
Will
under the
Smith.
curses. No matter who you are, do it. It's like you're still under the curses. You know, I don't care who you are. So you still will have to suffer the consequences, whatever it is. And even Floyd Mayweather might be really rich, but that money's still not really his. Call himself the money team.
Yeah.
Money Mayweather. And all that. He's doing well in this man's society, but he's still got to answer to them. Anytime you got to answer to a higher authority, and you don't have your own money, then you're under a curse. Because after all that money is made off of contracted money, and all they got to do is bring them up on tax charges. They set that up. So all the Maybachs he buys, houses and shit like that. If he rebels, they're gonna say, Floyd, what about this? What about that? They got Michael Jackson. He died broke, and he was a billionaire. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Red Fox, he died.
Sammy Davis.
From the Rat.
That's right.
Remember them?
Yeah.
Prince died broke. They took all that money.
Yeah. All of them.
All that shit. And then they start making money in their debt.
Right.
Say, too.
Good point.
If it's an Edomite that's homeless, right? He's a two-time loser. Okay? Bad way. You like Billy Bob. And you're going to lose in the kingdom.
A double whammy.
You lose. You ain't no way around it.
Yeah.
Esau have I hated. You know, that's what the scripture says. Italian, Sicilian. Ugly, yeah. Go ahead.
That's a good point, though. They when Jake passed, they make all this money when they dead, but when they alive, they claim they find ways they make them broke, but they make all that money when they dead.
Yep, they'll make all the money off the royalties.
Mm-hmm.
They sign them contracts. They want to go to 14. What's that? Verse 14 and go back. You go back to 21. Back to what you just said. They making all this money off of what's while we alive.
Yeah.
Foreign swords that they not paying back.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, you pay car insurance every month to insure. Right. Well, they get it from the scriptures. That's all tithing is about.
Life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And you had your own, even in the scriptures, you had your own money. You know what I'm saying? And what you would do is you would pass it on down to your kin, so to speak, and they would learn the business and they would grow and do what they did, and you just pass it on down. Your heritage. And even with Joseph, was a carpenter, and Yahushua took on that. know?
But this is Psalms 10 and 10.
And he's gonna go back to Romans 9:21.
It says the wicked in his pride. It says the wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor. Right. Let them be taken into the vices that they have imagined. Now that was specific on Father, but that's also Esau as well. These guys that persecute us, and well, persecuting all of us. It goes to both ways. Yes.
I go back to Romans 9:21.
This is Romans 9:21. Has not the potter power over the clay of the same cup to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? What if Yahweh,
You gotta break that down as you go along. Read that over again.
has not the potter power over the clay of the same cup?
Meaning that when you make something, you have control over that. You know, the Most High made us, so He made us to this one and made the other one to that one. Read it over again, just to get understanding.
Has not the potter power over the clay?
Right.
Right? That's what you was going into.
I see it.
If you create something, you have the power over it.
Yeah, I see it.
It's like a simulation. Which we're in. It says
Basically, he wrote the whole book.
You see that?
Go ahead, bro.
Of the same cup to make one vessel unto honor.
Your brother got the recall.
Yeah. And another unto dishonor.
No, I was going to say that when it comes down to Esau, the Lord don't look at them like they worth anything. You know, they're considered spittle. You know, say like a drop that fall from a vessel.
Second Ezra
6 and 54. Second Ezra 6 and 54.
In the kingdom, we really going to look down on.
And that also precept in Isaiah, I think, before the second chapter.
That foul,
Yeah,
scoundrel.
they're going to be. I think what the scriptures say, we would narrowly look at them.
Wow.
That's Isaiah 14.
Yeah, like this was the guy that.
Yeah.
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 These people aren't special. They ain't
Yep.
nothing special. What did they do so special? To have no rulers over the whole world. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Compared to what the men of the Lord are doing now. You know? Now, the thing is, right? The scriptures say that you got to show your faith by your work. You know what I'm saying? If you are up to elect, right? You know how it works. Whether it's great or poor, it's going to stop you from getting that election. You know? And the reason why I say that, because you got some people that are going to come in at the last minute. You know, they ain't put no work in, you know. But the thing is, by us being Israelites, this is something that we have to do. You know what I'm saying? What else is there to do? You know, we were made to do this. That should be your mindset. I was created to serve the Lord. You know, so that's why we come out here. This is for serving the Lord. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about the works and stuff. It's the fact that we was created to serve the help us on the outside and the prayer help. You know? So it's not about all the works, you know, it's the faith by your works. You know? We saw that this is why the Lord made it. You know, Esau, you don't have that mindset. You know that this is what I was made to do. That's why you have some brothers that say, hey man, that's all I think about is the truth. You know, when I'm home, I do videos, you know? But you got that second
54.
Yeah, but started here. The book of 2 Ezra, chapter 6, verse 54. It says, and after these, Adam also, who thou badest the Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all.
Now, you know what the word creature means? Creation. It says, and Adam was given the which that was Yahweh Shah. Adam, when he was
after these, Adam also who made his Lord of all thy creatures.
He was made Lord of all the stuff that the Lord that gave him. So Adam already knew what to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what us, we're returning back into what we supposed to naturally be doing. Go ahead.
It says, whom thou hast chosen.
Because the Lord chose you to do it.
Verse 55. And it's like, all this have I spoken before thee, O Lord. It says, because thou hast made it, like thou madest the world for our sake. So we're supposed to be Israelites, right? The Lord created us for his purpose of serving him, right? And we're supposed to be more so of everything, right?
He made the world for us, so we're supposed to enjoy it, right?
We're going, verse 56. It says, that's why I wouldn't like that, man. First, yeah, said, man.
Can I say something real fast too? So like, even in our like the elders and brothers were saying, even in our lower state, we got a ruling caste mentality somewhat. Jake dress with the shiny jewels and all that. These elites own everything, and look how they dress with those monkey suits.
Right.
So we got a ruling class mentality. That spirit been put in us. The Heavenly Father chose us for that.
They know it too.
Yeah.
They wear them little black hush puppy shoes.
Yeah.
With the high waters.
Yeah. The high wood pants jammed up in their show.
Yeah.
And then that cheap ass tie.
Yeah.
No. You know, Jake music power, man.
Yeah.
Plus out.
Yeah.
Full
Fly.
inch rims.
That's all.
Yeah.
The urban make file safe. You gotta get an elevator to get in your car. You know one of those things at the most you sit on.
Yeah, hop around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying they said when they go up the stairs, they can't walk up the stairs.
Yeah, go get Yeah.
Yeah, because your gold ain't going to be, gold is valuable, right? When you're using it the right way. So you're going to see Jake walking around, gold everything.
You're gonna be walking on gold.
Yeah.
And that's what gold actually gives off a certain vibration. You're going to be eating out of gold, silverware, or gold.
Yeah.
That's goldware at that point,
Yeah.
Gold has to heal.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Point out, yeah.
Food at a
Yeah.
certain temperature.
It do like me and a brother a while back had been about last year we was talking about that. When the police got the gold stored at or whatever.
Yeah.
They said they walked in there and it was like it was warm.
Yeah.
They went near it. It was like they couldn't even really go because it was so damn warm.
Yeah.
It just gave off an energy where it's like they couldn't really go near it. It was like the Lord has put this
Energy.
on not to even touch it. They stored this away. Like, come on, man. We'd be using that, man.
Yeah.
They got that Fort Knox.
Yeah.
How they really gonna say, we got the gold in that building, and they're gonna take a chance.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That gold is where you don't know where it is.
Right. Secluded.
Go ahead, bro. This is Amos 3:1. It says, hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your sins.
Yeah. These other nations are supposed to be worshiping us.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to be bringing their goods unto us.
Yeah.
We're supposed to have cities. We're going to have cities again where ain't no heathens going to be walking in and out. Now you can't even go on a certain hoods because Jake think that they own the hood. But we're going to have cities where the heathens ain't going to be able to come in and out.
This keep coming.
So,
Let me just unplug this.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Right.
Verse 56. It says, and as for the other people, which also can come of Adam, it says, thou hast said that they are nothing.
Yeah, but our people, as much as our Lord tried to make our people holy, set apart,
do his own thing. Our people always wanted to be like these other nations that was around us, you know? And the Lord was like, for example, before he set up a king over Israel, the Lord was like, I'm the king. Why you need a king? You know, now we know through the Spirit that he set that up for your house shop. So your house shop can be our king. He said he's the King of Kings, right? The Lord of Lords. Yeah. You know? Yeah. So the King of Kings, we also when you go through it, the King of the Book of Kings is King Solomon. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we see the glory, you know, part of it when we read it of how King Solomon was in his glory. You know, he was riding clean. He had 700 wives, 300 concubines.
Hundreds of chariots.
And at that time, King Solomon, he said, at that time, he said, all of this is vanity. Me being a king and all that stuff, like this stuff is pointless right now. You know? But the thing that we're fighting for is something that's everlasting, that won't die out. You know, we're searching for that. We're on that path of something that is actually valuable. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. I had a precept.
It says, as for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing. But it says, but like unto spittle, and it has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
Right. King Solomon had all the nations in order. Right? And he was even saying, when you die, you give your child, you give your inheritance to someone, you don't know how they're going to act. You know, you try to put all this stuff inside of them, you know, of righteousness. You know, you giving the kingdom over to a fool, but we're not gonna have that in our kingdom. You know, all that stuff right now that we see before us is all vanity. But even the Esau over us. What? At the end of the day, they're gonna be in slavery. You know, but with them being over us in rulership right now is for us to learn from. You know, that's all it really is. You got it. Because that's what the scripture say, that perverted is nothing but for us to learn from. Dang! The lowest person on the freaking planet is over us. What?
Yeah.
And they ain't do nothing to earn it.
Yeah, but because it was us. Right. We pretty much earned that curse. They ain't earning shit, they just playing a part. At the end of the day, why did he use the Edomites, the lowest? Right. Yeah. Because we're the greatest. Woo! Why would he use something second best?
Right.
The worst.
And it all ties in because the people brought in the sin and all that.
And he
going to do away with the works of the devil.
And other nations had they part, you know.
Yeah.
They changed.
That's what makes it sound the worst, because out of every category we did it, we had our heritage. This one, no.
Right.
Yeah. That's what makes it sound the worst.
But even before, it was on the top of the Maccabees.
Yeah.
We was dispersed in the Hellenistic hustle.
Right.
Right? But some of us were still practicing. And that's why Paul went to the different churches, Ephesus, Corinth, up to I can't remember. Eventually went on to his ministries, and we lost our identity, and it was him bringing it back. So now we see going back to Abba Bivens, practice under the Jewish writers. He learned a lot from them, and then he came to the other, and he said, "That's happy." It made sense, and now we started to wake up. You know?
That's Elijah.
Yeah.
He's Elijah.
Yeah. Elijah. Yeah.
And now you got going down. You had other groups going back to One West. You had Ariel, Hafiz Ariel. You had various others who filled the message. But then Apostle is where we feel the 100% truth. started coming through. We can get that real quick.
Yeah, here it comes. Here it comes.
Started 16 and 12.
Here it comes.
6 John 16 and 12. Let me get the scripture. I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them.
Yeah, that was going back. That is an example of now when Albert Bivens came on the scene. He was telling us things, but it was things we couldn't bear at the time. And this is why after the year 2000, boom, that's when everything clicked in. After the prophecy didn't come true or whatever, everything clicked in. Keep going.
I don't think that there's nothing I can think of that we wouldn't be able to bear right now. You know, and the Lord pretty much revealed the time thing. Yeah, he revealed pretty much everything 100% truth.
Right, at that time, like, hey, why the Rothschilds ain't riding one of them, man?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the modern day horse.
Modern day
You know how it used to be. He was always showing off anyway. That's what my teacher was saying. We have probably understand we about to go about like motorcycles. Yeah, they the horses. Yeah.
And like the prophecy of before, like John the Revelator, he didn't understand everything that was being said.
Yeah.
Even Paul.
Yeah.
A lot of them did not understand even some of the dreams. They didn't even understand it. You know, so you couldn't bear them now, but now we can bear it.
All right.
Because at that time we wasn't in the time to know we wasn't in the actual last days. We were in the last days, but we wasn't in the last days. Yeah.
Was the like that it's only about Israel.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. That was something that a lot of people wasn't able to bear back then. You know, until we, that Cornelius being the Israelite, that was something that Jake couldn't handle. You know, that Cornelius was the Edomite that possibly understood something. You know, but we through the Spirit.
Because they would have believed it back then.
Right.
When John saw the vision, he's had a Revelation 7 and 9.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna say that was a big thing that made a lot of people fall out. That Israelites could look like other nations, and then the whole Bible was only about Israelites. You know, you still got some groups that will still hold on to that. Oh, they say that some people from West Africa aren't Israelites and stuff like that. Amite. Our people are scattered throughout the whole globe, and they look like all different nations. You know, that was something that people couldn't bear back then. Now the Spirit, the elect, can bear.
Stumble blocks.
All right, read that, brother. 16 and 13.
Right? It says, I'm sorry. This is John 16 and 13. Being when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth.
Who's the he? The Spirit. How about you now? The Spirit. The Holy Spirit is in the Word. Yahweh is the Word. So he will guide you into all truth. Guide is not standing still. So if you still teach the old One West doctrine, you're stuck. You're not moving forward. Okay, get that Revelation 79.
Yep.
What Brother Todd Warrior, I'm just laying back and with you for fishtailing. We used to say, piggy bag.
Oh yeah. Yep. This is Revelation 7 and 9. It says, after this, I beheld, and lo,
Christians.
Yep.
We heard this a lot.
A great, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes, and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, salvation to our God, which sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And all the angels stood around about the throne, and about the elders and the four beasts, and fell before the throne on their faces and worship Yahweh.
Okay, go ahead, read that again, family.
7 and 9. It says, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues.
Sound like everybody. Get Genesis 32 and 12. We're going to show you who the multitudes are. I'm actually already. Okay, read Genesis 32 and 12. And then somebody hold Hosea 1 and 10. We're going to show you who the multitudes are.
This is Genesis 32 and 12. And thou saidest, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed
Talking about Jacob.
as the sand of the sea.
Right. Go ahead.
Which cannot be numbered for multitude.
For what?
For multitude.
For multitude. So read Hosea 1 and 10.
So there,
When he said, make the seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured for multitude. Read that.
it says, here's the number of the children of Israel.
This is the multitude. Go ahead.
Shall be as the sand of the sea.
Isn't that what he just read in Genesis 32? Yeah. So that's when it says for multitude, that's when you read for multitude. Go to the blue letter and look up kindreds.
Yeah.
In fact, when you go to nations in the blue letter first.
Go to nations. Okay.
We love going through this, man. How you cut easy words? How you cut Christians is going into words. See, what Christians don't know, they don't know how to read the Bible. That's what it all goes back to. You know, they don't know what's that? Isaiah 28, 9. You know, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, and there a little. They read it front to back. You know, that's why you hear 7-year-olds. I read the Bible front to back. Break down the first book of the Bible. Okay. Then you know the first chapter. You know. Yes. Know about the second coming. They want to enjoy this world. You know. Yeah. I got John 4 and 23. 22 is good too. Yeah. Oh, you went straight to the first. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For the Father seeketh such to worship him. Verse 24. God is the spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. What is 22? 22. John 4:22. Ye worship, ye know not what. We know what we worship. For salvation is of the Jews. They'll say that that was the woman at the well, right? They would say that was an Israelite. You know how Israelites say this was an Israelite. That was not an Israelite. In fact, she was a Phoenician or something like that. Something like that. When she went back, that's why when she went back and she told them to come, right, the other Israelite men, and they heard Yahushua speak, and you read that story. She was like, I told you, this is the Messiah. And you know what they said? We don't care what you said. We only listen because what he said. Basically, after you, bitch. We don't care about you. Yeah. We know we believe because out of his mouth, not your mouth. Right? So go back to Revelation 7 and 9, look up nation.
Yep, it's a nation. It says ethnos. A multitude.
Which is
whether of men or beasts associated or living together.
Now, when you got a definition, you got 1A, 2B, 3C, because it applies to different things. It's interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah. A company, troop, swarm, a multitude of individuals of the same nature or genus.
What does genus mean?
G. Yeah.
That word really goes into phylogeny, which means from one seed. When you look that up, I did so many videos on that.
It says the human family, a tribe, nation, people, group.
It's all singularity. It's all cutting it out. It's not saying everybody. So when you see nation or nations with the S, the Israelites, go to kindred. It's going to tell you.
Yeah.
It's going to tell you exactly what that is.
All right. This is
It's going to tell you exactly what that is when they talk about nation.
kindred. It says Fule, a tribe. In the New Testament,
Just said that, a tribe, right? A nation.
Yeah. In the New Testament, all the persons descending from one of the 12 sons of the patriarch Jacob.
Oh, the Revelation 7 and 9 is talking about all nations and all kindreds, right, and peoples and tongues. Keep going, is that it?
It says a nation, people.
Yep.
And that's it. Yep.
All nations, kindreds. Kindred goes back, like when Paul said.
On the other part, it says race or clan.
Oh, hey, woo, hey, hey. Yep. Oh, he said there's more. There's more.
A lot of people got this in their mind. Oh, I'm mixed.
Yeah.
Or how do you know your lineage goes back to one of those slaves? There's so much intermingling.
Let's go back to let's be going there. Go to Genesis 12 and 3 and get Acts 3:25 in the blue letter.
Acts 3:25.
All throughout Matthew, the first chapter, it says such and such begat, such and such begat.
First chapter.
First chapter. When you go into the word begat, it means of father, from the seed.
It says it in the Old Testament too. You got even of Esau, his seed.
Yup. So what that begat means the fathers, and it only says fathers. So the lineage goes by the fathers. Whatever your father is, and his father, his father, his father. That's what it is. That's what the lineage. That's what the tribe. That's what the race is.
Yeah, a straight line. It's a straight line. Yeah.
So sure, our blood may have got mixed up, but it's the spirit that quickly.
Right.
That's John 6:63.
Don't care what the mother look like.
The mother just carried a mitochondrial DNA. That's why a son can look like a mother, but that don't mean nothing.
Right.
Genesis 12 and 3. Who got that? It's the whole Acts 3:25.
All right.
Go ahead, read that.
Genesis 12.
This is the misconceptions of Christianity, man. Go ahead.
Genesis 12 and 3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curses thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
All families of the earth shall be blessed. Who Amos 3 and 1 again? Somebody had that before. And then you got Acts 3:25.
Yeah, this is Acts.
Be ready for you Christians, man. It's fireworks, man. You know, let me Amos 3 and 1. So all the families of the earth be blessed through your seed. Ultimately, when everything gets right, the other nation's going to feel blessed that we in rulership of. But that's not technically what that's talking about. Read that Amos 3 and 1.
Amos 3 and 1. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which are brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
Wait a minute. It just said here, the families shall be blessed. Right? Wait a minute. What families is it talking about? Paul quoted in Acts 3:25.
Yeah, this is Acts 3:25. It says, ye are the children of the prophets and of the covenant which Yahweh made with our fathers, saying.
That's why it's important.
Right. Yeah. It says, saying unto Abraham, and in thy seed shall all the kindreds of the earth be blessed.
Did it just say that in Genesis 12 and 3? And that's where the Christians go. Go back to kindred on that.
Yeah.
See what kindred's mean on that. Remember, this is Genesis 12 and 3. All the nations of the earth shall be blessed. Edomites ain't getting blessed, man. We did that Obadiah as well. They shall be a stubble. 1 and 18, I think. Get kindreds in that text. Let's see what Paul, see this devil, he's cunning, he's cracked. He hid it in the text. That's why they said we couldn't read the Bible. He hid everything. But it was all ours, man. And the Lord left it there enough for us to bring it all back out. And now you all hurt.
Yeah, because if I can say, a part of the prophecy, with Esau's blessing, he's living in his blessing right now. Ruling by the sword, fatness of the earth. You got your blessing right now.
Right.
But Israel didn't get their blessing.
No.
Right now, we waiting for that. We're still waiting for that. The elders who serve the young. We're still waiting.
So pretty much through history, the majority of history, we've been going catching hell. Dang.
And that's why we all gonna be blessed. When it says the nations of the earth shall be blessed, go to Kendrick.
Yeah.
It was only one time when Yahweh Shah.
No, Solomon.
King Solomon.
Yeah.
Which is Yahweh Shah.
40 years. That was the only time we had peace.
And a little bit of David. David was.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, this is it says patriot. It almost sounds like patriot. It says lineage running back to some progenitor, ancestry, a nation or tribe, a group of families, all those who live in a given people lay claim to a common origin. The Israelites, which distributed into 12 tribes, descending from the 12 sons of Jacob, these were divided into families, which were divided into houses.
That was your Genesis 12:3. So anytime those Christians come up with that BS, we break that down with Amos 3:1. We go to Acts 3:25. We even go to Revelation 7:9. And various other scriptures we can get on that. Go ahead, read, brother. If the scripture come out, just read it.
That's what they said to that. Who was it, Kendrick? We gave
Yeah.
Remember, Noah called Herodian his kinsman. Why did he call Herodian his kinsman? Because that wasn't the real Herodian. I mean, that was our people took on the names of our captors. So when he said, salute Herodian, my kinsman, he was talking about an Israelite. That's why he said kinsman. Kinsman. Romans 9:1.
I used to work with a guy. His name was Heron.
Yeah, how you know?
You knew he was a Jake. No, it was Heron.
At that time, it was preferable for the white man. He had Herodian, but just like our slave, we took the slaves with last names and stuff like that. Yeah.
He would have been a dark-skinned Edomite.
And in some slaves, what they did, you know, you can read different sources. Let's say your name was Jackson, last name Jackson. You were the son of Jack. That's why they call you Jackson.
Okay, I got it. Jack's son.
No, I get it. Right.
Or let's say you was there you go.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Or Johnson. You're the son of John. Or like we say, Highness. He was a high, son of a high man. He lived up high. You know? Or whatever name, last name you got.
Williams.
William.
Yep.
He was son of Will.
Michaels. All types.
Yep.
Or they did some of them like Porter. You work down a port.
You work in a port. So some of them didn't get the last name of their slave owners. They would take on names like nicknames, like we do now.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had surname Black, like King. I can't remember his name. King Williams or something like that. That you see in the 1600s.
Yeah.
He was the surname Black.
The Lion
Black.
Like what's his name? The Lionheart. William the Lion. William.
I think so.
Yeah.
If I can say this, even the Irish, they have that form of what you're saying, like somebody named Mick Gregor. That means son of. The Mick means son of. So they have that in the Irish. Which the Irish,
That word come from Great.
yeah, that was Jesus. That's right.
Did you know the grandson of Aaron, named Phinehas? Phinehas' name was translated to the mouth of brass, and even the white scholars call him the Egyptian Negro or the Black Nubian. Now we was all see when they talk about this is another thing for you Christians. When they talk about when we see the scripture in Revelation 1 and 14, Jesus fine gold, that was something that already was known. We don't really need scriptures to prove that the Israelites were black. That was already known. It was a distinct complexion that Yahushua had. He had a golden, like a darkish complexion. When you look at fine brass is actually really dark. That brass that you see on the trumpet, they call it brass, that's actually gold. Artificial gold. That's not fucking brass. Fine brass is a dark, refined brass. Brass looks like copper. Yeah.
Like a
refined brass is very black. So they say Yahushua was refined copper as if he burned in a furnace. So he was super dark. I don't think Hermetic dark.
Right, not that.
But it was golden.
Gold, yeah, had a beautiful.
That's why the Song of Solomon said, I am black and covered. Because it was a beautiful thing to have melanin. Right? It was a beautiful thing to have be dark. The darker you are, the more beautiful.
Yeah, no.
Right. Tupac had
the darker the berry. Yeah. Some say the blood.
What's that true? But you eat the dark berries,
yeah,
they're sweet.
The darker the flesh, the deeper the root.
So, but now due to racism, they made us with Willie Lynch, the brown paper bag.
Yeah.
We started hating ourselves because we were dark.
Yeah.
Now you hated your hair, so you had to, you had to put the chemicals in it, and even Jake.
Yeah.
Doing the the musicians, all they had was weed back.
Yeah.
Why? Because you hated this. I remember when I was young, I put the texturizer in and shit. The women like the shit. The women only like that wavy. They call it good hair.
Yeah.
Now it's on a whole different level. These people hate us. These people hate us for telling them who they are.
Right.
You know, you hate for being an Israelite.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But when we tell them why things are the way that you are, or why things are the way that they are in the world for you as a person that's of this on this sign, because you're an Israelite. Now I got this. All right, fast. This is Romans 3:1, and it says, what advantage then has the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision? It says that what that's mean is what do it profit you if you know that you're an Israelite, right? What do it profit you if you are of the circumcision of knowing that you're an Israelite, right? Because just because somebody may be an Israelite, that don't mean that they have the circumcision. Right? So what advantage do you have by knowing these things? Right? It says much every way, which means that there are great benefits of knowing this. It says chiefly because that unto them were committed the works of God. So the Israelites in general, who did the Lord show himself on? What nation did he show himself on? The Israelites. He saw himself. That's why I say that I only know you of all the families of the earth. Because he revealed his name unto the Israelites. Even though Abraham, Isaac, and other people back then, they had dealings with the Lord, but he revealed himself unto the nation, the 12 tribes. And he gave them the law, statutes, commandments. That's also Psalm 149. 17, the last two verses, that he reveals his word, his prophecies unto his servant Jacob. And so unto all these other nations, he ain't done with them. They don't know
dealt with the other nations.
So knowing that you're an Israelite, right, that means that you know everything that's about to go on. You know that the Lord is dealing with you. He called you into this truth, right? You know what's about to go down. You got the whole program right here. Right? The whole agenda. What they call it? When you go to like a play, they give you the whole pamphlet.
The playbill.
So it's some of the pamphlet, right?
Yeah, the pamphlet. Yeah. They like you, this is going to go there.
They call it something else.
It's the playbill.
Yeah. They call it something else. But the Lord pretty much shows you. He reveals his secret unto his servants, the prophet. So we, knowing that we're Israelites, the Lord revealed himself unto you, and he saw you. I'm going to show you my salvation. I'm going to show you why I'm your God.
You just got the whole agenda.
There we go.
I forgot what they call that. The curriculum or something like that. For what? For the whole play-by-play. That's what the Lord giving us. These Christians don't have to play-by-play.
Christianity brings good something, or it brings a bad something. That's what Christianity brings, man. It brings toxicity.
When the place go down, right? Dollar bill, something tragic happens. People won't lose their goddamn mind. Christians. Hold on, I thought you was a Christian. I thought you was ready for this to go down. That's why when it happens, oh shoot, this is the exciting part. Like, oh yeah, man, let's go. We'll be moving at a whole different vibration. That's because the Lord sold you these things. And that's an act of love right there. Showing you something before it go down.
The manuscript? Not that.
They do say faith bill though.
Oh.
Faith bill. But years ago they called it something else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's something else. Beautiful, man.
So knowing that you were Israelite, the Lord revealed these things unto Israel.
Dialogue.
Yes.
And before you come to the Lord, right? Just like when our people asked to hear from the Lord, what do you say? You got to consecrate yourself. Come to me holy. You can't just come to me any type of way. Come as you are. No, you better come correct. The Lord requires a certain.
You're supposed to look like we said earlier. You gotta look, like in a job. If they tell you to wear a uniform, man, you better go in here with that uniform. They did tell you that, right? So it's the same thing with this truth, man. You come in the camp looking like a damn flame and shit. You ain't man. You gotta go home. You better repent. You gonna be sick for a couple months. You ain't gonna be coming in looking like that, man. Yeah, you come to camp next week. You've been in this thing for like 2 years or whatever. Hey, Bible says come as you are. See, you shave your beard, right? You come to camp, you clean faces. Which nowhere in the scripture says come as you are. Nowhere even says that. Yeah, but what they're talking about, they still a little bit and they twist it. Yeah. What they're talking about is when you first come into the truth, you're not going to be perfect, right? You know what I'm saying? So when you come in as you are, we would say on the right hand side, somebody say, hey man, I want to come learn. All right, just come on down. You know what I'm saying? But you can't cross over. You can't, but you not only that, you got to come in the manner of a spirit, right? You can't come down there looking like a flame. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know what this is about. You know what I'm saying? Long ass straight locks and shit. You're not being accepted. You can't cross over like that. You can come down and listen. Yeah. But that's what the word Hebrew means. Right. Hebrew means to cross over. So you can't, when you cross over, you come down like what Paul was going for your example. You didn't cross over. You believe that you're an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Whereas you grow, you learn. You know what I'm saying? You figure out whether this is what you really want to do. You got to be fully persuaded in your mind. So once you get fully persuaded, which that's what our job is to try to persuade you, but you are already pretty much persuaded. Yeah, we look at Apollos. They had a discrepancy. They was talking about that, where he was just under the gospel of John, but he wasn't fully in the truth because he wasn't under Yahweh. But what must be understood, the elect is the elect. When you're the elect, it's already in you. You just haven't woken up yet. But after the whole point of John's baptism was for Yahweh to be baptized for the whole nation of Israel. So I don't know why they would even make that an argument that Apollos wasn't in the truth. He was a believer, so he was in the truth. It just wasn't, everything wasn't revealed to them yet. That's why we read John 16:12, and it says, I have many things to say to you, but you can't bear them now, and he will guide you into all truth. So when we first woke up, and I was in Pumpkin's camp, I already got it in the truth. I just didn't know the whole truth. You know? And that's the same thing with Apollos. You know? But Apollos eventually knew the whole truth. So what's wrong with that? You know, you compared him with John and because they were saying John the Baptist fell out the truth. You know? First of all, John the Baptist finished what he was set up to do. So there was nothing else for him really to do at that point. His ultimate goal was to baptize the Son of the Most High. And he even told Yahushua, I'm not worthy to be baptized. I should be baptized by you. That's what he said. And he got baptized. He baptized Yahushua. And that was, the clouds opened up and everything. So you can't say he wasn't in the truth. You mean to tell me the Lord's going to put a man in the truth? That's going to fall out of the truth that baptized his son? Right. That's sick, man. Wait a minute. I'm going to let you baptize my son. But you will be no more. You will be a fallout. Get the hell out of here, man. The perfection of Yahushua has now been desecrated by this sick doctrine, man.
To back up what you said with Yahushua's baptism, we consider the body of Yahushua. You know, so when you come in, you understand Yahushua. You understand that once you come into it, you baptize. That baptism that Yahushua got dipped in from John the Baptist is for all of us. That was also for him, but that was for the whole body, for all of the elected Israel. You know.
Water represented cleansing. That's why when Yahushua drowned them pigs, that represents purity. Because the guy said, since Jesus drowned the pigs in the water, then the water's contaminated because of the demons.
Geno Jennings.
Jenkins, whatever his name is. But that's why we got baptized. The spiritual baptized would be cleansed from them demons. You know, that's why.
According to him,
well, according to him, we can eat all things. Because if the pigs got drowned in the water and we're not supposed to eat the pigs, what about the water? Now the water's polluted. That's what he said. But the water, the reason why the pigs wouldn't drown themselves in the water, because the water represents purity, being purified, cleansed. You wash things with water. But pigs aren't bad. Who said pigs are bad creatures?
Right.
They do that. They do what they're supposed to do.
The garbage disposal.
Right.
You see that on the Flintstones.
Is that Tom or is that Tom?
Right? It's just like crabs.
Sure do. Crabs
aren't bad. You know, they're bad to eat. When the scriptures, when you stupid ass Christians, man, when the scriptures say all creatures of God, what's that? Creatures of God. First Timothy 4. Every creature of God is good. It's something like nothing to be refused. Nothing to be refused. Nothing to be refused to eat. First of all, when you keep reading that, it says being nourished up in the faith. Right. It wasn't always just about food. Right. That's what the greedy Christians think. Right? When you keep reading on that stuff, it tells you what it's talking about. Yeah. It's really not about food, man. The Yahushua even said, don't take no thought of raiment or whatever, what you shall eat or put on. It ain't even about food. It's just a dietary law, man. And even at the shambles, it was about clean food. All creatures of God is good. So hell, I'm a creature of God, so you can eat me now? Yeah. Shut the hell up, man.
Romans 3 and 6 and 3. It says, know ye not that so many of us as were baptized into Yahushua were baptized into his death? It says, therefore, we are buried with him by baptism into death, that like as Yahushua was raised up from the dead by the glory of the Father, even so we shall also walk in newness of life. So, coming to this soup, let's just talk about that, man, a new nature, right? It says, for if we have been planted together in the likeness of his death, we shall also be in the likeness of his resurrection. Knowing this, that our old man is crucified with him, right? That the body of sin might be destroyed, that henceforth we should not serve sin. And You know, that's why we have the example of never dying, you know, living forever because of Yahweh Shah. You know, you got some that may have to die, but it's true. But Yahweh Shah conquered death, you know, and that resurrection is an example of those men. Because even when the Lord, when he died last, on the cross, you have people that woke up out of the grave and they continue to live a regular life. You know, so that's gonna come again. You know, when you're gonna have people that come when Yahweh Shah returns, they're gonna be the first on the train. You know, and they're gonna live forever. You know, and that's what we're waiting for, man. You know, for the Lord to restore the kingdom back to Israel. Yeah. You know, under Yahweh Shah. You know, that's what we waiting for, and that's gonna be a reality. You know, like I always say, we can't walk around with a crown on our head right now. We look out like a fool. You know, what king are you? Yeah. But with that crown on brother Sid, you know, which we can kind of, you know, Sid to each other, you know what I'm saying? We see that like the philosophy, you know what I'm saying?
Can y'all see mine?
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
We hope we got it.
Yeah, that's gonna be something, man. You know, I was trying to crown you.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the elect, no matter what difference we have with one another, it's gonna be all love, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna have nothing to spittle and fight about.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna get. Yeah, that's what you're gonna get. Yeah, that's what you're gonna get full unity. Yeah, pure unity. Unity comes from one. Yeah. That's what everything is gonna get back to normal. Right?
The Lord said he ain't gonna take a drink until he come have a drink with us.
Yeah.
Dang, that's
look at what the Lord had went through. You know, and we go on different levels, have to go through different things.
Right.
You know, but the Lord set that example. You know, he said that he was a friend. He proved that he was a friend to us, right? They say that a man would not die for a good person, but for a sinner. That's what the Lord did. And we were sinners, but he sacrificed himself for us. He did what he had to do. So why we gonna have to put up a show up too? You know, and once you do that, you're like, oh man, my friend, man. You know, you will have that even closer bond with Yahweh Shah. He suffered. We felt what it felt like to suffer. He's gonna show us his body. Yeah. You know? Yeah. It's gonna be that even deeper love, that bond that nobody can break, man. Yep.
That's real, man.
Hey, well, with that, man, you know, your brothers got any other points, you know?
You done made enough points.
Y'all been slicing. Nice.
Hey, well, with that, you know, Lord, this is edifying. We want to give all praise and honor and glory to
Yahweh, Hashem, Rakakwadash.
Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Nostro. And this is Sid Solomon, daughter Akim out here. That's going again, pushing the work, the truth, and the sincerity. Solomon and walk up the ball.
Shalom.
Walk up the ball.
Shalom.